Hey everyone, and welcome back to the channel. Tonight, we're not just camping. We're immersing ourselves in the heart of the forest after dark. Forget everything you think you know about the woods. We're going to build a fire that could rival the stars, cook up a delicious late night meal, and I'll share some of my best tips for feeling safe and comfortable when you're miles from anywhere. This is where the real adventure begins. So, if you've ever wanted to experience the wild and untamed beauty of the forest at night, you're in the right place. Stick around, because it's about to get dark, it's about to get cozy, and it's about to get awesome. Let's do this. My name is Indigo. It's a name Liam always said suited me. Something about the color of my eyes in the twilight. A shade between deep blue and the final purple of a sunset. Now, the name feels like another ghost. A whispered memory from a life that no longer exists. Grief is not a singular event. It is a landscape. For the past 6 months, since the accident that took Liam from me, I have been navigating that desolate terrain. It's a place of profound silence, a hollow chamber where laughter used to echo. Friends and family offered their well-meaning but ultimately useless platitudes. He's in a better place. Time heals all wounds. Their words were like stones skipped across a bottomless lake, disappearing without a ripple. I needed something more substantial. I needed a silence that was not empty, but full. I needed a grandeur that could dwarf my own sorrow. That was why I came to the Grand Canyon. It was a trip we were supposed to take together. Liam had spent months planning it. His excitement a bright, infectious energy. He had bought topographical maps, a new 2-person tent, and a state-of-the-art water filter. He'd traced the winding paths on the map with his finger, his eyes alight with the promise of adventure. "Imagine it, Indy," he'd say. "Just us and a million years of rock and sky." Now, the brand new tent felt obscenely large for one person, and every piece of gear was a painful reminder of a shared future that had been violently erased. Yet, I felt compelled to make the pilgrimage. It was a promise I needed to keep, a final, solitary journey to the place where our dreams were supposed to converge. I chose the North Rim, less crowded and more rugged than its southern counterpart. I'm no stranger to the wilderness. My father had taught me how to read, a compass before I could read a novel, how to build a fire in the rain, and how to respect the immense, untamable power of nature. That competence was my armor. It was the one part of me that didn't feel broken. I drove for 2 days, the landscape shifting from the familiar green of home to the stark, alien beauty of the desert. When I finally stood at the edge of the canyon, the sheer scale of it stole the air from my lungs. It was not a view, it was a revelation. A vast, silent amphitheater of stone, carved by ounds of wind and water, stretching to a horizon that seemed to belong to another world. Layers of ochre, rust, and bruised purple descended into an abyss, so deep it felt like looking into the past. For the first time in months, my own pain felt small, insignificant against the backdrop of such geological time. I secured a backcountry permit and spent the day hiking to my chosen campsite, a secluded spot not far from the head of the Transept Trail. The weight of the pack on my shoulders was a comforting, grounding presence. The rhythmic crunch of my boots on the gravel path was a meditation. I saw no one else after the first mile. The solitude was absolute. I set up my camp with practiced efficiency, the tent staked down tight, my sleeping bag and pad unrolled. my small stove ready for a simple meal. As the sun began its slow descent, it set the canyon ablaze. The rock faces glowed with an internal fire, and the shadows that pooled in the crevices were as dark and rich as ink. It was beautiful, terrifyingly so. A beauty so profound it hurt to look at, especially alone. The next morning, I decided to speak with a ranger before exploring the transept trail, mostly to check on water sources and trail conditions. The ranger was a man named Thompson, his face a roadmap of wrinkles, carved by a lifetime under the Arizona sun. He gave me the practical information I needed, but then his eyes, the color of faded denim, lingered on me. "You're out here alone," he stated, not asked. I nodded. I needed the quiet. He gave a slow, understanding nod. "This place has a lot of that, but it has stories too. You being camped near the transept, you ever hear the legend of the Wailing Women?" The name sent a small, irrational shiver down my spine. "I don't think so." He leaned against the railing of the ranger station, his gaze fixed on the canyon beyond. Story goes, back in the early 1920s, a family was hiking the trail. A husband, a wife, and their young son. A sudden storm rolled in, much like they can do here without warning. The trail got slick. The boy slick, and the father reached for him. They both went over the edge. He paused, letting the weight of the words settle. The air, which had been warm, suddenly felt cool against my skin. "They never recovered the bodies," he continued, his voice low. "The canyon keeps what it takes. The woman, she lost her mind with grief. They said she stayed near the trail for days, just wailing, calling their names. Eventually, she couldn't bear it anymore. She put on her best white dress, the one she was married in, and followed them into the abyss. Some hikers, especially on stormy nights, claim they can still hear her crying on the wind. Some even say they've seen her, a figure in a white dress, searching for what she lost." He pushed himself off the railing and gave me a practical look, as if trying to dispel the ghost story he'd just told. "It's just a story, of course. The wind does strange things in these canyons, and we've got mountain lions with a cry that fool you into thinking it's a woman screaming. Just be careful on that trail. The story is a legend, but the danger is real." I thanked him and walked back toward my camp, the story clinging to me like a fine dust. A woman, broken by grief, haunting the very place of her loss. It was a tragic tale, but it resonated with a terrifying familiarity. I understood the impulse. I understood the all-consuming nature of a sorrow, so deep it could erase the line between the living and the dead. I spent the day in a haze, the ranger's story echoing in my mind. I tried to dismiss it as folklore, a cautionary tale born from the very real dangers of the canyon. But the seed had been planted. Every gust of wind that sighed through the pines seemed to carry a mournful whisper. The shadows seemed to stretch and twist into unfamiliar shapes. I told myself it was my fragile state of mind, that I was projecting my own sorrow onto the landscape. As Liam would have said, I was letting my imagination get the better of me. As dusk fell, the sky began to change. The clear, cobalt blue was swallowed by an army of bruised, heavy-looking clouds that rolled in from the west. The air grew heavy, charged with an electric tension that made the hairs on my arms stand up. The temperature dropped. The first fat drops of rain began to fall, spattering against the taut fabric of my tent like scattered pebbles. Within minutes, a steady drizzle turned into a torrential downpour. The sound was deafening, a relentless drumming that vibrated through the ground. Lightning bleached the world white for a split second, followed by a crack of thunder so immediate and violent it felt like the sky was splitting apart right above me. I sat inside my tent, hugging my knees to my chest, a small lantern casting a warm but fragile glow around me. This was the part of camping I disliked, being trapped and helpless against the fury of a storm. The wind howled, a living thing, clawing at the tent and shrieking through the trees. And it was then that I heard it. Beneath the roar of the storm, faint but unmistakable, was another sound. It wasn't the shriek of a predator or the cry of a bird. It wasn't the wind. It was a sound of pure, undiluted sorrow. A long, drawn-out, keening cry that rose and fell with the gusts of wind. It was the sound of a woman weeping. My heart hammered against my ribs. It's the wind, I told myself, my voice a silent, desperate plea. Ranger Thompson said the wind does strange things, but this was different. This was a human sound, freighted with a pain, so profound it felt like a physical blow. It was the sound of a heart breaking over and over again. It was the sound of my own grief given a voice. My heart hammered like a trapped bird against the cage of my ribs. The sound infiltrated the thin walls of my tent, cutting through the roar of the storm. It wasn't just a sound, it was a feeling, a palpable wave of sorrow that saturated the air. It's the wind, the rational part of my brain fought back. Or a mountain lion. I clung to Ranger Thompson's words as if they were a protective talisman, but the lie was flimsy. A mountain lion might scream, but it doesn't sob. The wind might howl, but it doesn't carry the echo of a shattered heart within it. This sound had memory. It had the weight of a million tears shed. I extinguished my lantern in a single, panicked motion. Total darkness suddenly seemed safer, as if sitting in a small circle of light made me an exposed target. In the pitch black, my other senses sharpened. The drumming of the rain on the tent's canvas became a deafening backdrop, and against it, the crying grew clearer. It was no longer directional. It seemed to be circling my campsite, one moment distant, a mournful echo carried on the gale, the next shockingly close, as if the woman was pacing the perimeter of my fragile shelter. Fear is a cold, sharp thing. It started at the base of my spine and sent icy tendrils throughout my body. I sat frozen, barely daring to breathe. My hands clenched so tightly my nails dug into my palms. I thought of Liam. God, I wished he were here. He would have wrapped his arms around me, joked that the ghost was probably just as terrible coffee, found a logical explanation. He would have made the fear go away. But I was alone, and his absence was a part of the encroaching darkness. Then, abruptly, the crying stopped. The silence that followed was 1,000 times more terrifying than the sound itself. It was a loaded silence, pregnant with anticipation. A silence that screamed something was about to happen. I tensed, waiting for a shriek, for footsteps, for anything to break the unbearable tension. But there was nothing. Just the relentless rain and the frantic, percussive beat of my own heart in my ears. Seconds stretched into what felt like hours. I began to relax my coiled muscles, one by one. Maybe it's over, I thought. Maybe it really was all in my head. Perhaps my own grief was so potent, it had projected itself onto the world, creating an auditory hallucination from my pain. The ranger's story had simply given my despair a form, a name and a face. And then the lightning flashed again. It wasn't just a flicker. It was a violent, blue-white detonation of light that turned night into day for one long, terrifying second. In that instant, The walls of my tent became translucent, revealing the twisted silhouettes of the pines and the rain-slicked rocks outside. And there, standing not 10 feet away at the edge of the clearing, was the silhouette of a person. It was an image seared onto my retinas. Even after the darkness rushed back in, an image my mind refused to process at first. The shadow of a woman, tall and slender. But it was more than that. It had a horrifying stillness, an unnatural calm in the midst of the raging storm. Her arms were limp at her sides, her head bowed slightly, as if she were staring at the muddy ground. I began to tremble uncontrollably, not from cold, but from a primal, absolute terror. I didn't see it. I mouthed to myself in the dark, my voice a strangled, soundless whisper. It was a trick of the branches, a trick of the light. But I knew I was lying. The shadow of a branch did not have that perfect, human shape. I waited in agony for another flash of lightning, a confirmation or a denial of my sanity. The minutes crawled by, punctuated only by the distant rumble of thunder. I began to move, crawling slowly, deliberately, toward the front of the tent, as if the slightest sound might draw the attention of the thing outside. My trembling fingers found the cold metal of the zipper on the tent flap. I hesitated, a war of terror and morbid curiosity raging within me. Part of me wanted to burrow into my sleeping bag and pray for morning. But another part, a stubborn and perhaps foolish part, had to know. Taking a ragged breath, I pulled the zipper. The sound of the metal teeth parting was deafening in the charged silence, like a scream in a cathedral. I created a tiny opening, just wide enough to peer through with one eye, and I looked. At first, I saw nothing but the rain-lashed darkness, the downpour a silver curtain in the void. Then another flash of lightning, brighter and longer than the last. And she was there. She was no longer at the edge of the clearing. She was closer now, horrifyingly closer. She stood only a few feet from my tent, and she was no longer a shadow. She was terrifyingly real. A woman in a white dress that might have once been beautiful, but was now soaked through, clinging to her thin frame like a second skin. Mud and pine needles stained its hem. Her dark hair was plastered and wet. Tangled ropes around a face I couldn't see, for she was still looking down. The image matched Ranger Thompson's legend, so perfectly it stole my breath. This was her, the wailing woman, the broken spirit, forever bound to her place of sorrow. But seeing her didn't feel like confronting a folktale ghost. It felt like intruding on a private, profound, and sacred grief. The pain that radiated from her form was so intense it was almost visible, a cold aura of despair that dwarfed the storm around her. And then she moved. It was a slow, deliberate motion. She raised her head. Her wet hair fell away to reveal her face, or what should have been a face. In the third, flickering strobe of lightning, I saw no eyes, no nose, no mouth. I saw only a blurred emptiness, a dark smudge where her features should have been, as if her sorrow had eroded her very identity, leaving behind nothing but a hollow vessel of suffering. A scream lodged in my throat, turning into a dry, choked gasp. I fumbled with the zipper, pulling it shut with clumsy, numb fingers. I scrambled back to the far corner of the tent, pulling my sleeping bag over me as if the thin nylon could offer any protection. But then I heard a new sound, a sound that turned my blood to ice. It was no longer a wail. It was right outside my tent. It was a whisper, as faint as dry leaves skittering across stone, carried on the wind. It spoke a single word, but it was a word that shattered my last defense of reason and plunged me completely into terror. It whispered his name. Lim. The name, his name, hung in the air inside my tent, displacing all the oxygen. It was an impossible sound, a violation of the natural order. Ghosts were supposed to be anonymous, distant echoes of the past. They weren't supposed to know the intimate details of your own heartbreak. They weren't supposed to whisper the name of the man whose absence was a physical ache in your chest. My mind fractured. One part of me, the primal, terrified animal, was screaming, convinced that a malevolent entity was outside. A thing that had somehow plucked the deepest sorrow from my soul and was now wearing it like a mask. But another, more insidious part of my brain began to whisper its own poison. You're losing it, Indy. You've finally snapped. The grief, the solitude, the storm, it's all been too much. You're hallucinating. The thought offered no comfort. The idea that my own mind could conjure such a specific, cruel torment was, in its own way, as terrifying as any ghost. The whisper came again, this time not from a single point, but from all around me, as if the voice was the storm itself. Liam. It was a sigh of longing, a sound of infinite loss. And then, a new sound, a soft, wet, dragging noise against the side of the tent. Slap, drag, slap. My blood ran cold. It was the sound of a hand, a palm pressing flat against the wet nylon, sliding slowly, deliberately, across the fabric wall that separated me from it. I scrambled away from the sound, pressing myself into the far corner. My back hard against the cold, damp canvas. I could see the fabric indenting, a vague, hand-shaped pressure moving with the dragging sound. It was searching, feeling, a blind thing in the dark, trying to find me through the thin membrane of my shelter. What do you want? I whimpered, the words barely audible over my own chattering teeth. The dragging stopped. The pressure on the tent wall remained, a single, cold point of contact. The silence stretched, thick and suffocating. And then the whisper answered, no longer a disembodied sound on the wind, but a voice so close it felt like it was speaking directly into my ear, its cold breath seeping through the nylon. The same thing you want, it breathed, to stop the pain. A sob tore from my throat, raw and ragged. It was a confession, because it was true. In the darkest hours of the night, in the empty space in our bed, in the crushing loneliness of the past 6 months, that was the one thought that had returned again and again. The desperate, shameful desire for it all to just end. You can't have him. I cried out, a surge of protective anger momentarily eclipsing the fear. You can't have his name. The pressure on the tent vanished. For a moment, I thought, hoped that my defiance had worked. But then came a new sound, the faint metallic rasp of the zipper on the tent flap. The one I had just closed. It was moving. Slowly, steadily. It was being pulled down from the outside. Zip. The sound was the embodiment of dread. My sanctuary was being breached. The flimsy barrier between my world and the word of that thing was being unmade. I was trapped. There was nowhere to run. My mind flashed to the small utility knife in the side pocket of my backpack. It was a pathetic weapon, but it was something. I lunged for it, my fingers closing around the cool plastic handle just as the zipper reached the bottom. The tent flap fell open. The storm raged outside, a chaotic symphony of wind and rain. For a heartbeat, the opening was just a frame of blackness. And then, she filled it. She knelt on the muddy ground, her body halfway inside the tent. The faceless void, where her features should have been, was inches from my own. I could smell the grave on her, the scent of wet earth and ancient sorrow. The lantern I had extinguished was knocked over, and with a flicker and a hiss, it reignited, casting a hellish, wavering glow on the scene. I raised the knife, my hand shaking so violently I could barely hold it. "Get out!" I screamed, the sound thin and reedy against the storm. The wailing woman did not move. She did not recoil. She simply knelt there, a silent, patient statue of despair. The empty space of her face was fixed on me, and in that void, I felt a pull, a terrible, empathetic connection. I wasn't just looking at a ghost. I was looking at a future. I was looking at the end result of a grief allowed to fester, a sorrow so powerful it had consumed a soul. She had stayed here, in the place of her loss, and had become nothing but the loss itself. Her whisper came again, not with menace, but with a chilling, heartbreaking sadness. "He is not here. My son, my husband, they are gone. Just like yours." The knife in my hand suddenly felt heavy, absurd. What was I going to do? Stab a memory, fight a feeling. The terror that had been a sharp, piercing thing began to dissolve, replaced by a wave of profound, soul-crushing pity. Pity for her, pity for myself. We were the same. Two women centuries apart, broken by the same brutal thief death. "I know," I whispered, tears streaming down my face, mingling with the rain that blew in through the open flap. "I know they're gone." She raised a hand, her fingers long and pale. She didn't reach for me, but for the empty space beside me, where Liam would have been sleeping. Her hand hovered there for a moment, and the air grew impossibly cold. "It is easier to join them." The whisper sighed. "It is easier to let the canyon take you too. Then the wailing can stop. You can rest." And there it was. The temptation. The seductive promise of an end to the pain. It was the same dark thought I'd had myself, now given a voice, an invitation. I could simply walk out of the tent, follow her to the edge of the transept trail, and let go. I could become a story, another whisper on the wind. My pain would be over. I looked at her, at the faceless, eternal grief kneeling before me. I saw the empty dress, the endless searching, the hollow existence. This wasn't rest. This was a prison of memory, a hell of her own making that she was now inviting me to share. Something inside me shifted. A tiny, flickering ember of defiance that I thought had been extinguished long ago. It was the part of me that Liam had loved, the stubborn, fighting part. He wouldn't want this for me. He wouldn't want me to become a shadow, to erase myself. He would want me to live, even if it hurt. "No," I said, my voice gaining a strength I didn't know I possessed. "No, that's not rest. That's just nothing." I looked past her, through the open tent flap, at the storm. It was still a tempest, but for the first time, I saw it not as a threat, but as a force of life. Wild, chaotic, and powerful. "My pain is mine," I said, speaking as much to myself as to her. "It's mine because my love for him was mine, and I am not going to let it turn me into nothing." As I spoke the words, a final, brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the entire canyon. In that stark, white light, I saw her face, or rather, I saw through it. For a split second, the void was gone, and I saw a woman's face, plain and racked with a sorrow so immense, it was almost beautiful. I saw her eyes, and in them, I saw my own reflection. Then the thunder cracked. A deafening, final roar, and the lantern flickered and died, plunging us back into total darkness. When my eyes adjusted, the space in the tent opening was empty. She was gone. The only sounds were the wind and the rain. But they no longer sounded like they were wailing. They just sounded like the wind and the rain. I didn't sleep. I sat there in the dark, clutching the useless knife, until the first faint, gray light of dawn began to silhouette the canyon rim. The storm had passed. The world was washed clean. I crawled out of my tent. The air was cool and crisp, smelling of wet pine and damp earth. There were no footprints in the mud around my tent, except for my own. I packed my camp with a slow, deliberate purpose. Every action was an affirmation I am alive. I am still here. I looked toward the transept trail, a dark scar on the mountainside. I felt no fear, only a deep, aching sadness. I had come to the canyon to be dwarfed by its grandeur, to lose my sorrow in its scale. Instead, I had met my sorrow face to face. I had looked into the abyss, and the abyss had looked back, and it had whispered my greatest fear and my darkest desire. And I had said no. The healing I had been looking for wasn't here. But the will to start healing, I realized, had been inside me all along. My mistake wasn't bringing a fragile mind to a place of sorrow. My mistake was thinking I was the only one. My name is Dr. Jack Riley, a title I insist upon not out of arrogance, but as a reminder of a life built on logic, evidence, and the tangible world. As a professor of American history, I've dedicated my career to sifting facts from folklore, to understanding the past through documented reality, not whispered ghost stories. My specialty is 19th century medical history, a field filled with grim but rational truths. It was this academic curiosity, this pursuit of the factual underpinnings of a dark chapter in medical history, that led me to the rolling green hills of Kentucky and the yawning maw of Mammoth Cave. I wasn't there as a mere tourist seeking thrills. I was on a research sabbatical, and the primary subject of my interest was the ill-fated tuberculosis sanatorium, established deep within the cave by Dr. John Krogan in 1842. The concept was, from a modern perspective, tragically flawed. The belief that the cave's stable, cool, and perpetually damp air could cure the incurable, consumption. To me, it was a perfect case study. A story of desperation, misguided science, and human suffering, all recorded in letters, journals, and medical logs. I wanted to walk where they had walked, to see the stone huts where they had coughed away their final days, and to connect with the tangible history of the place. The supernatural was not on my itinerary. Our tour group was a typical mix. A family with two overly energetic kids who seemed to view the cave as a subterranean playground. A young couple more interested in taking selfies than in the geological formations, and a handful of quiet, older individuals who, like me, seemed more intent on the guide's words. Our guide was a man named Earl, a lanky local with a weathered face and a slow, deliberate drawl that seemed to have been aged in the very limestone we were about to enter. He had the quiet confidence of someone who knew every crack and crevice of this underground world. As we gathered at the historic entrance, a massive, dark opening in the hillside surrounded by lush, almost unnaturally green ferns, Earl gave his introductory speech. Folks, you're about to enter the longest-known cave system in the world. He began, his voice echoing slightly against the rock. Down there, it's a constant 54 degrees Fahrenheit. There is no natural light. The darkness is absolute. We ask that you stay with the group at all times. Do not touch the formations, and please, do not wander off the path. It's for your own safety and for the preservation of the cave. His eyes, dark and serious, seemed to linger on me for a moment. Perhaps sensing I was more than a casual visitor, I gave a slight, academic nod to acknowledge his warning. I had no intention of wandering. I was here to observe, to document, to feel the weight of history, not to become a cautionary tale. The descent was like stepping into another world. The humid, sun-drenched air of the Kentucky summer was instantly replaced by a profound cellar-like chill that seemed to seep right into my bones. The path, illuminated by a series of strategically placed electric lights, spiraled downwards, and with every step, the sounds of the surface world, the birds, the wind, the distant hum of traffic, faded, replaced by a deep, resonant silence broken only by the scuff of our shoes and the dripping of water somewhere in the darkness ahead. Earl was a masterful storyteller. He spoke of the early explorers, of Stephen Bishop, the enslaved guide who first crossed the treacherous, bottomless pit and mapped vast sections of the cave. He pointed out gypsum formations that glittered like floral bouquets on the ceiling and vast chambers that could have swallowed a cathedral whole. For the first hour, I was captivated, my historian's mind cataloging every detail, cross-referencing it with the accounts I had read. Then, we reached the section I had been waiting for. The main path widened into an area known as Broadway, and there, set back from the main thoroughfare, were the simple, almost primitive structures I had only seen in old sketches. Two of the original stone huts remained, stark and grim against the cavern wall. They were little more than rock enclosures, built to house the dying. Earl gathered us around, his flashlight beam playing over the damp, dark stones. "This," he said, his voice dropping to a more somber tone, "is where Dr. Krogan conducted his experiment. He brought 15 tuberculosis patients down here, believing the pure, unchanging air would heal their lungs." He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. The kids had finally fallen silent, their parents holding them a little closer. The selfie couple had even put their phone away. "It was a disaster," Earl continued. The constant dampness and chill made their conditions worse. The smoke from their lard, oil lamps filled these small spaces, making it even harder to breathe. They were isolated, trapped in the dark, far from the sun and their families. Their coughs, the terrible, hacking coughs of advanced consumption, would have echoed through these passages day and night. Within a year, 5 of them had died down here. The rest were brought back to the surface, sicker than when they arrived. Dr. Krogan himself, who also had the disease, died a few years later. As he spoke, I felt a peculiar coldness that had nothing to do with the cave's temperature. It was a deep, internal chill. I stared at the dark, empty doorway of the nearest hut. I could almost see it, a spectral tableau from the past. A gaunt figure huddled in blankets, their body racked by a cough that was a death rattle in slow motion. The historian in me was fascinated, but another, more primal part of me was deeply unsettled. I found myself listening, straining to hear something beyond Earl's voice and the rhythmic dripping of water. I thought I heard a faint, whispery sound, like the rustle of dry leaves, but I dismissed it as a trick of the cave's acoustics. I stepped away from the group, drawn by an academic compulsion to get a closer look at the stonework of the second hut. I pulled out my small, powerful flashlight, its beam cutting a clean, white circle in the gloom. I ran my fingers over the cold, rough, hewn blocks, noting the tool marks. This was it. This was real. This was the very stone that had absorbed the final, desperate breaths of men and women long dead. I was so engrossed in the moment, in the connection to the past, that I didn't notice the group moving on. Earl's voice became fainter, the shuffling of feet more distant. When I finally looked up, they were gone. The path ahead was empty. The path behind was empty. The low, yellow glow of the installed lighting curved around a bend 100 feet away. But in my immediate vicinity, there was only the circle of my own flashlight beam. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding small and thin in the vastness. Annoyance, not fear, was my first reaction. Had they really just left me behind? I started walking, quickening my pace, expecting to catch up to them around the next corner. But the path remained empty. "Earl," I shouted, a little louder this time. The only reply was the echo of my own voice. "Earl, Earl, Earl," fading into nothing. And then, silence. It was a silence unlike any I had ever experienced. It wasn't just the absence of noise. It was a heavy, physical presence. It pressed in on my eardrums. It felt like the world had been muted, all sounds sucked into the infinite blackness that surrounded the narrow, illuminated trail. The darkness beyond my light was absolute, a solid wall of nothing. I turned my flashlight into it, and the beam was simply swallowed, revealing no walls, no ceiling, just an endless void. A spike of genuine fear, cold and sharp, pierced through my academic detachment. This was no longer a research trip. I was alone, deep beneath the earth. My heart began to pound a heavy, frantic rhythm against my ribs. I took a few deep breaths, the logical part of my brain fighting for control. Panicking would solve nothing. The path was clear. All I had to do was follow it. They couldn't be that far ahead. I just had to keep walking. It was then that I heard it. It was not the drip of water. It was not the scuttling of some unseen cave creature. It was a sound that was both horribly mundane and deeply, terrifyingly out of place. From the direction of the stone huts I had just left, a sound drifted through the oppressive silence. A dry, hollow, hacking cough. For a long moment I was paralyzed. Every muscle in my body locked, and the air froze in my lungs. My mind, the disciplined, rational mind of a historian, scrambled frantically for an explanation. It had to be another tourist, I told myself. Someone who had also wandered off. Perhaps someone with a cold. A perfectly logical, simple explanation. But the sound, it wasn't the sound of a common cold. It was a deep, rattling, gravelly sound. It was a wet, consumptive sound that spoke of lungs being shredded from the inside out. It was the exact sound Earl had described. The sound that would have been the constant, grim soundtrack to this place over a century and a half ago. My flashlight beam trembled, dancing across the damp rock walls. I forced myself to take a step back, then another, my shoes making soft, scraping noises that sounded like gunshots in the profound silence. I kept my eyes fixed on the darkness, in the direction of the huts, my ears straining. The silence returned, thick and suffocating. Maybe I had imagined it. The power of suggestion. My own academic immersion in the subject. My mind could be playing tricks on me, projecting the horrors I'd been studying into the suggestible atmosphere of the cave. I clung to that thought like a drowning man to a piece of driftwood. It was my own mind, my own imagination. Cough, hack, wheeze. It was closer this time. Distinctly closer. And it was followed by another sound, one that sent a fresh wave of ice. Water dread through my veins. A soft, dragging shuffle. The sound of slippered feet, heavy with exhaustion, scuffing against the gritty cave floor. Logic and reason shattered. They were useless artifacts of a world of sunlight, an order that no longer existed. This was a different world. a subterranean realm governed by its own ancient, terrifying rules. The academic, Dr. Jack Riley, vanished, and in his place was just Jack, a terrified animal trapped deep underground, with a predator he could not see. I didn't make a conscious decision to run. My body simply took over. I spun around and sprinted away from the sound, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I ran along the dimly lit path, my breath coming in ragged, panicked gasps that felt painfully loud. The path twisted and turned, a pale ribbon winding through an ocean of absolute black. The low wattage bulbs seemed to flicker and dim as I passed, casting long, distorted shadows that writhed and danced like specters at the edge of my vision. The coughing followed. It was a relentless pursuit. Sometimes it sounded like it was right behind me, a wet, rasping noise at my heels. Then, the cave's bizarre acoustics would throw the sound ahead of me, making it seem as if I were running towards the very thing I was trying to escape. The shuffling sound was there too, a slow, inexorable rhythm that was somehow more terrifying than a sprint. It was the sound of something that did not need to hurry. It had all the time in the world.
"Leave me alone!"
I screamed, the words torn from my throat, raw and desperate. The only answer was an echo, alone, 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 followed by another hacking cough that seemed to mock my plea. In my blind panic, I made a critical error. I saw a narrow opening in the cave wall, a dark fissure that branched off from the main, illuminated tourist path. A desperate, irrational thought seized me. If I could get off the main path into the true darkness, maybe I could hide. Maybe it was following the lights. Without a second thought, I veered off the trail and plunged into the unlit passage. The change was instantaneous and terrifying. I was engulfed in a blackness so complete, so total that it felt like a physical substance. It was disorienting, and I stumbled, my outstretched hands finding only cold, slick rock. I fumbled in my pocket for my flashlight, my fingers clumsy with fear. The click of the button was deafening, as the powerful white beam sliced through the void. The passage was narrow, the walls closing in on either side. The air was colder here, and thick with the smell of damp earth and something else, a faint, cloying odor that reminded me of old, decaying fabric and sickness. My flashlight beam cut a frantic path ahead of me, revealing a rough, natural tunnel that was clearly not part of any tour. I had no idea where I was going. I was just moving, driven by pure terror. The sounds of my pursuer had faded, or perhaps they were simply lost in the narrower confines of the tunnel. For a moment, I allowed myself a sliver of hope. Maybe I had lost it. I slowed to a walk, trying to quiet my breathing, listening. Drip. Drip. That was the only sound. The familiar, steady heartbeat of the cave. I leaned against a wall, my legs shaking uncontrollably. I had to think. I was lost. Completely and utterly lost, in an unmapped section of the world's largest cave system, being stalked by what? A ghost. A hallucination. The thought was insane, but the sound had been so real. I pushed off the wall and continued forward, moving more slowly now, sweeping my light back and forth. The passage began to widen, opening into a small, grotto-like chamber. In the center of the chamber, my light fell upon something that made me stop dead. It was a small, wooden crate, its wood dark and warped with age and dampness. On top of it sat a tin cup and a tarnished silver spoon. Beside it, lying in the dust, was a small, leather-bound book. A diary. My historian's instincts, buried under layers of fear, stirred faintly. This was a remnant of the sanatorium. A patient must have come here, seeking solitude even from the other sufferers. I knelt, my hand trembling as I reached for the diary. The leather was cold and clammy. I carefully opened it. The pages were stiff, the ink faded but still legible, written in a spidery, elegant hand. The first entry I saw chilled me to the bone. October 12, 1842. The darkness does not help the spirit. The coughing is a chorus from hell. I cannot bear the sound of the others any longer. I have found a quiet place where I can wait for the end in peace. But I am not alone here. There is something else in the dark. Something that watches. Something that waits. A violent shiver racked my body. I slammed the book shut, a cloud of dusty spores rising from its pages. As I did, I heard it again. Shuffle. Drag. It was right outside the grotto, in the narrow passage I had just come through. It had found me. I scrambled backwards, away from the entrance, pressing myself into a small alcove in the far wall of the chamber. My mind screamed at me to run, but there was nowhere left to go. This was a dead end. In a desperate, last-ditch effort, I clicked off my flashlight, plunging myself into the same absolute darkness as my pursuer. My thinking was frantic, primal. If I can't see it, maybe it can't see me. I held my breath, listening. The shuffling stopped at the entrance to the grotto. Silence. A long, drawn-out silence that stretched my nerves to the breaking point. My heart was a frantic drum in my ears. Then the coughing began again. It was no longer a distant echo. It was right there, in the small chamber with me. A wet, ragged, agonizing sound, punctuated by choked, wheezing breaths. It was the sound of a man actively dying, his lungs filled with fluid. And through the darkness, I could smell it now, the odor I had only faintly detected before, now overpoweringly strong, the scent of stale sweat, sickness, and the grave. It was moving inside the grotto, a slow, dragging step, then another. It was hunting for me in the dark. I couldn't take it anymore. The not knowing, the not seeing, was a torture worse than anything I could imagine. With a strangled cry, I thumbed the switch on my flashlight, swinging the beam towards the sound. The light cut through the blackness, and for a fraction of a second, my mind refused to process what I was seeing. A figure stood not 20 feet away, stooped and skeletal. It was dressed in what looked like a thin, tattered nightshirt. One hand, little more than bone and translucent skin, was braced against the cave wall. But it was the other hand that held my gaze. It was raised, bringing a soiled handkerchief to a mouth that was a dark, gaping hole in a face of sunken shadows. As the light hit it, the coughing stopped. The head slowly, deliberately, began to turn towards me. Time seemed to stretch and warp in the beam of my flashlight. The slow, deliberate turn of that head was the most horrifyingly graceful movement I had ever witnessed. It was an eternity of terror packed into a single second. My academic mind, the part of me that could clinically describe the effects of desiccating diseases, was screaming details my soul did not want to process. The skin was like yellowed parchment, stretched so tightly over the skull that it was translucent, revealing the dark web of veins beneath. The cheeks were gone, sunken into hollows of deep shadow. But the eyes, oh God, the eyes. They weren't empty sockets as I might have expected. They were deep, dark pits, but within them burned a faint, phosphorescent glimmer of malevolent awareness. It was the gaze of a trapped and hateful intelligence, ancient and furious. The head completed its turn, and those abyssal eyes locked onto mine. The figure's jaw, a sharp line of bone under the thin skin, unhinged. For a wild moment, I thought it was going to speak, to utter some curse from beyond the grave, but no words came. Instead, a sound erupted from the black hole of its mouth that was 100 times worse than the coughing I had heard before. It was a wet, explosive, full-bodied hack, a torrent of putrescence and despair that sprayed a fine, cold mist into the air. The force of it racked its skeletal frame, and in that instant, I could feel the spray on my face, cold and smelling of damp earth, decay, and something sickly sweet. That was what broke the paralysis. A scream of pure animal terror ripped from my throat. I didn't think, I reacted. I threw myself sideways, scrambling over the slick rock floor, my hands and knees scraping against the stone. The diary I had been clutching flew from my grasp, landing with a soft thud somewhere in the darkness. I didn't care. The only thing that mattered was escape. The creature lunged. It wasn't a fast movement, but a lurching, stumbling gait, its slippered feet dragging and catching on the uneven ground. It was the movement of the dying, yet imbued with an unnatural, relentless purpose. Its bony fingers, tipped with yellowed nails, scraped against the rock wall where my head had been moments before. The sound was like claws on a tombstone. I got to my feet and ran, plunging back into the narrow passage I had come through. I held my flashlight out in front of me like a sword, its beam bouncing crazily off the claustrophobic walls. Behind me, the sounds were a symphony from hell, the wet, constant coughing and the awful, dragging shuffle, echoing and amplifying in the tight space. It felt like it was right on my heels, its foul, cold breath on my neck. Panic is a clumsy pilot. My foot caught on a jutting rock and I went down hard. My chin struck the ground, and stars exploded behind my eyes. The flashlight flew from my hand, skittered across the floor, and wedged itself in a crevice, its beam pointing straight up at the ceiling, casting the passage in a disorienting, theatrical twilight. I was weaponless, half blind, with the monster closing in. The shuffling grew louder. I pushed myself up, my body screaming in protest, and crawled frantically on my hands and knees. I didn't dare look back. I just crawled, my fingers searching for the main tourist path, for the feel of smoother, more traveled ground. My mind was a whirlwind of pure fear. I was going to die here. My body would be found in some unmapped passage, and no one would ever know the truth. I would become just another story, another piece of grim folklore for a future guide to tell. Then, my hand touched something different. Smooth, worn wood. I looked up. In the faint, indirect glow of my dropped flashlight, I saw it a wooden handrail. It was the railing of the main path. I had made it back. With a sob of relief, I pulled myself up and onto the trail. The low, yellow lights of the official path seemed as bright as the sun. I risked a glance back down the dark fissure I had crawled out of. For a moment, there was nothing. Then, a shape began to resolve itself out of the deeper blackness. The skeletal figure stood at the entrance of the passage. One hand braced against the wall, half hidden in shadow. It did not step into the light. It simply stood there, watching me, its head cocked slightly to one side. A final, rattling cough echoed from the fissure, a sound of both threat and bitter disappointment. Then, it receded, melting back into the absolute darkness from which it came. I didn't wait to see if it would change its mind. I ran. I ran like I had never run in my life, following the blessed, electric lights. I ran past stunning formations in vast chambers that I had admired only hours before, but now they were just terrifying, shadow-filled landscapes. Every drip of water sounded like a footstep. Every shadow seemed to writhe and reach for me. After what felt like an eternity, I saw another light ahead. A moving light. A flashlight beam. "Hello," a voice called out. It was Earl. I collapsed to my knees sobbing, unable to form words. Soon, I was surrounded by Earl and a park ranger. They wrapped a blanket around my shaking shoulders and gave me water. I tried to tell them what happened. The words tumbled out, a frantic, incoherent mess of coughing, stone huts, a diary, and a skeletal man in a nightshirt. They exchanged a look, the kind of look reserved for drunks and madmen. "Easy there, son," the ranger said, his voice calm and patronizing. "You took a nasty fall, got turned around. This cave can play tricks on your mind when you're alone in the dark." "No," I insisted, my voice cracking. "It was real. It chased me from a hidden passage back there." Earl shone his light on the wall where I was pointing. It was solid rock. There was no fissure, no passage. "There's nothing there, Dr. Riley," he said gently. "Just solid limestone. You must have been disoriented." They led me out, half supporting me. The long walk to the surface was a blur of shame and lingering terror. They didn't believe me. To them, I was just another tourist who had panicked. A foolish academic who had let his subject get the better of him. Stepping out of the cave entrance into the Hunatucky night was like being born into a world I no longer recognized. The moon seemed too bright. The sound of the crickets too loud. The world of facts and logic I had inhabited, my entire life felt like a distant country. I had crossed a border into a darker, older world, and I knew, with a certainty that chilled me more than the cave air, that I could never truly go back. Weeks have passed. I am back at my university, surrounded by my books, my papers, my carefully constructed world of rational thought. I have told no one the full story. I have tried to bury the memory, to explain it away as a stress-induced hallucination, a waking nightmare. But sometimes, when the house is quiet and the night is deep, I hear it, a faint, distant echo in my memory. Cough, wheeze. And last night, as I was getting ready for bed, I felt a strange tickle in my chest. It started deep in my lungs, a dry, unfamiliar irritation. I stood before the bathroom mirror, my reflection pale and gaunt, and I held my breath, praying it was just my imagination. But the feeling grew, an unstoppable pressure. My body convulsed, and I leaned over the sink, my hand flying to my mouth as a single, dry, hacking cough tore through the silence of the room. It was a sound I knew all too well. And, in the mirror, for just a second, I could have sworn the eyes staring back at me were not my own. My name is Kai, and for most of my 28 years, I've considered myself a pragmatist. I'm a geologist by trade, a man who believes in evidence, in the tangible world of rock strata and seismic data, the supernatural, the unexplainable. Those were concepts for campfires and late night movies, not for serious consideration. My world was one of logic and observable phenomena. Animals, for instance, were simply part of a biological system, driven by instinct and predictable behaviors. Raccoons, in my educated opinion, were at the bottom rung of interesting fauna. They were opportunistic, often grubby, and frankly a nuisance. I'd seen them as little more than masked bandits of the suburbs, tipping over trash cans and scurrying away from car headlights. They were pests, plain and simple. I held this belief with the same certainty as I held the knowledge of tectonic plates. I was wrong. Terribly, fundamentally wrong. This realization didn't come to me in a lab or during a lecture. It came to me under a canopy of ancient pines in Yosemite National Park, where the silence is so profound it feels like a physical presence. I had decided to take a solo camping trip for a week. It was a chance to disconnect from the digital noise of the city and reconnect with the raw, unfiltered earth I studied. My chosen spot was a secluded site near a babbling creek, far from the more crowded main campgrounds. For 3 days, it was idyllic. I spent my time hiking, mapping rock formations, and breathing in the crisp, clean air. The nights were cold and clear, the sky a breathtaking tapestry of stars that the city lights always washed out. The only sounds were the gentle murmur of the creek, the whisper of wind through the trees, and the occasional hoot of a distant owl. It was peaceful. It was perfect. The fourth night began like the others. I cooked a simple meal of dehydrated chili over my small camp stove, cleaned my utensils meticulously, and stored all my food and scented items in the bear-proof locker provided at the campsite, just as the park regulations dictated. All of it, or so I thought. As I settled into my sleeping bag, a small pang of regret hit me. I'd forgotten about the half-eaten bar of high-protein dark chocolate I'd tucked into the side pocket of my backpack, which now sat at the foot of my tent. I hesitated for a moment. It was sealed in a wrapper, inside a zipped pocket, inside a zipped tent. The locker was a good 50 yards away, a journey through the pitch, black cold. Laziness won. What's the worst that could happen? A squirrel might chew a tiny hole in my expensive pack. I could live with that. I zipped up my sleeping bag, pulled my beanie down over my ears, and drifted off to the rhythmic sounds of the forest. I was woken by a sound. It was subtle at first, a faint, rhythmic scratching against the nylon fabric of my tent. Scrape, scrape, pause, scrape. In my groggy state, I dismissed it. A branch, probably, swaying in the wind and brushing against the rainfly. I rolled over, trying to find the warm spot in my sleeping bag again. But the sound persisted, growing more insistent. It wasn't the gentle, random brush of a branch. It was deliberate, focused. My geologist's mind, trained to identify patterns, began to stir. This was not a natural sound. I lay perfectly still, my ears straining against the silence. The scratching stopped. For a long moment, the only sound was the frantic thumping of my own heart. Then, a new noise. A soft, wet, snuffling sound, right at the base of the tent, followed by a low chitter. My blood ran cold. It wasn't a branch. It was an animal. Bear, my mind raced. No, the sound was too low to the ground. A deer, unlikely to be so interested in my tent. A raccoon, then. Annoyance quickly replaced my initial fear. Of course. A damned raccoon, probably smelling the chocolate. I was angry at myself for my laziness and at the creature for its persistence. "Hey, get out of here!" I yelled, my voice sounding rough and loud in the enclosed space. I slapped the side of the tent wall hard. Go on. Get. Usually, that's all it takes. Any wild animal, even a bold one, will scatter at the sound of a human voice. But not this time. There was a brief silence, and then I heard a hiss. It wasn't the playful hiss of a cat. It was a venomous, guttural sound that vibrated through the thin fabric. It was a sound of pure aggression. And it was answered by another hiss, and another, from different points around my tent. It wasn't one raccoon. My heart, which had just started to slow, kicked back into overdrive. I fumbled in the darkness for my headlamp, my fingers clumsy with a sudden surge of adrenaline. I found it, strapped it on. and clicked it to its brightest setting. The powerful LED beam cut a stark white cone through the darkness of my small tent. I reached for the heavy-duty flashlight I kept by my side, a hefty, metal mag light that could double as a club. My hand closed around its reassuring weight. Slowly, carefully, I army crawled toward the front of the tent. The scratching had started again, but now it was accompanied by a new, terrifying sound, the metallic rasp of claws trying to work their way into the zipper. Not just scratching at the fabric, but actively trying to open the tent. The intelligence of it, the sheer audacity, sent a fresh wave of fear through me. These were not the bumbling pests I knew. I took a deep breath, my knuckles white on the mag light. I positioned the beam of my headlamp on the tent door, and, with my other hand, I grabbed the zipper pull from the inside and tugged it upward. Just an inch. I needed to see what I was dealing with. I pressed my eye to the tiny opening, peering into the oppressive darkness of the Yosemite night. What I saw will be seared into my memory forever. The ground outside my tent was teeming with them. It wasn't a pair or a small family. It was a pack, dozens of them. And in the narrow beam of my headlamp I saw their eyes. A sea of small, glittering points of light, all fixed on my tent. On me. They weren't the curious, slightly fearful eyes of a normal raccoon. They were cold, intelligent, and filled with a chilling, unified purpose. Their fur was matted and patchy in places. Their bodies seemed leaner, more wary than the plump scavengers I was used to. They moved with a twitchy, unnatural energy. One of them, larger than the rest, was reared up on its hind legs, its tiny hand, like paws working relentlessly at the zipper, its sharp claws glinting. When my light hit it, it didn't flinch or scurry away. It stopped, turned its head, and stared directly at me. Its lips peeled back from its teeth in a silent snarl, and a low growl rumbled in its chest. They weren't afraid of the light. They weren't afraid of me at all. They were organized. They were determined. And I was beginning to understand, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that they weren't just trying to get to the chocolate bar. They were trying to get to me. Panic is a cold, sharp thing. It bypassed all my rational thought and seized my lungs, making it impossible to draw a full breath. My first instinct was pure animal reflex. I yanked the zipper shut, the sharp zzzip sounding, like a scream in the suffocating silence. I scrambled backward on my hands and knees, crab walking away from the door, until my back hit the far wall of the tent. The flimsy nylon felt like tissue paper, the only barrier between me and the sea of malevolent eyes. My headlamp beam sliced wildly across the interior of the tent, illuminating my sleeping bag, my backpack, and the sheer, terrifying vulnerability of my situation. The hissing outside intensified, rising in pitch and volume. It was a chorus of hate. The scratching at the zipper stopped, but was immediately replaced by something worse. A frantic, widespread clawing all over the tent. It was as if dozens of tiny, sharp, nailed hands were trying to find a purchase, to shred the fabric, to simply tear their way inside. Shadows danced and darted across the tent walls. Distorted silhouettes of the creatures outside, their forms made monstrous by the low light. I could hear their chittering, a cacophony of guttural clicks and snarls, and sounded less like animal communication and more like a strategy session for a siege. My mind, the geologist's mind that prized logic, was desperately trying to find a foothold. This isn't normal. Animal behavior follows patterns. This is an anomaly. Why? And then a word surfaced from the depths of my memory. A word from a park ranger's warning pamphlet I'd glanced at weeks ago. Rabies. The thought was both a relief and a source of profound terror. Rabies. It explained the aggression, the complete lack of fear. The disease attacks the nervous system, turning animals into fearless, vicious versions of themselves. It made sense. A pack of raccoons, all infected, a localized epidemic of madness. The logic of it was a small, cold comfort in the face of the unnerving reality. But the comfort was fleeting, because I also knew what rabies meant. It meant the animals were unpredictable, relentless, and would attack without provocation until they were physically unable to move. They wouldn't give up. They wouldn't get bored and wander off. They would keep coming. One of the shadows on the wall grew larger, pressing against the mesh window on the side of my tent. I swung my headlamp beam towards it and stifled a gasp. A face was pressed against the screen, so close I could see every horrifying detail. Its black, masked eyes were wide and unblinking, but clouded over with a milky film. Its nose was wet, twitching, and its lips were pulled back in a permanent snarl, revealing yellowed teeth. A string of thick, foamy saliva dripped from its jaw, clinging to the mesh. My blood turned to ice. It was the classic, textbook image of a rabid animal. Then it lunged. Its claws raked against the mesh screen with a sound like sandpaper on bone. I flinched back, swinging the heavy maglite in a protective arc. The creature hissed, a wet, gurgling sound, and another one appeared beside it, then another. Soon, the entire window was a writhing mass of fur and claws and teeth, all trying to force their way through the fragile screen. "Get back!" I screamed, my voice cracking with fear. I slammed the butt of the maglite against the inside of the tent wall, near the window. The impact produced a dull thud, and the creatures outside shrieked in unison, a sound of fury, not pain. The assault didn't lessen, it intensified. They were throwing their bodies against the tent now, and I could feel the poles straining under the repeated impacts. The entire structure groaned and shuddered. I had to do something. I couldn't just cower here and wait for them to tear their way in. My eyes darted around the small space, searching for a weapon, for any advantage. My backpack. I scrambled over to it, my hands shaking as I tore at the main zipper. Inside, amongst my clothes and gear, was my geologist's rock hammer. It was a solid steel tool with a pointed pick on one end and a flat hammer on the other. It felt heavy and real in my hand, a far more formidable weapon than the flashlight. As my fingers closed around the rubber grip of the hammer, I heard a new sound. A high-pitched, tearing sound. Rip. It was the sound of fabric giving way. I snapped my head toward the source of the noise. Near the bottom of the tent door, where the main zipper met the floor, a single, sharp claw had poked through. It was just a small puncture, but to me, it was a mortal wound. A breach in the hull. The creatures outside must have sensed the weakness, because their efforts focused instantly on that one spot. The single claw was joined by another and another. The small hole widened. I could see their dark, sinewy paws, their dirty, sharp claws working with terrifying dexterity. They were like a team of safecrackers, exploiting the smallest flaw in the vault. My mind was a whirlwind of frantic calculations. The bare locker was 50 yards away. My car 100. Could I make it? I'd have to burst out of the tent and run, but they were everywhere. They were fast. The image of being swarmed, of being pulled down by dozens of tiny, rabid beasts flashed through my mind. I'd be dead before I took 10 steps. No, Running wasn't an option. Not yet. I had to defend my position. I had to make the tent a fortress, not a tomb. My gaze fell on the forgotten chocolate bar. The cause of all this, lying half unwrapped near my boot. A surge of pure, unadulterated rage cut through my fear. It was such a stupid, trivial thing to die for. The tearing sound grew louder, more insistent. The hole was now big enough for a head to fit through. I shuffled forward, my back screaming in protest, the rock hammer held tight in one hand, the maglite in the other. I was a cornered animal, my den being ripped apart around me. The pragmatist, the scientist, was gone. All that was left was a terrified man with a hammer, facing a horde of monsters. I positioned myself on my knees, facing the door. I switched off my headlamp to save the battery, plunging the tent into near total darkness, save for the powerful beam of the maglite in my left hand. I would use the light to blind them, to target them, and the hammer to strike. The plan was flimsy, desperate, but it was a plan. A snarling, wet snout poked through the widening gap, its nose twitching, its milky eyes wild and unfocused. It opened its mouth and hissed, a spray of spittle hitting the inside of the tent. Time seemed to slow down. I could hear the pounding in my ears, the rasp of my own breathing. This was it. The barrier had failed. They were coming in. I raised the rock hammer high, the pointed pick aimed directly at the grotesque face in the opening. My world had shrunk to this single, terrifying point in time. The monster in the doorway, and the hammer that was my only answer. The world narrowed to the grotesque face in the opening, and the weight of the hammer in my hand. There was no time for thought, no room for the geologist's analysis. There was only the primal, desperate instinct to survive. I brought the hammer down with all the force I could muster. The pointed pick connected with the creature's skull with a sickening, wet crunch that I felt reverberate up my arm. It was a sound that didn't belong in the natural world, a sound of bone and flesh giving way. The raccoon let out a choked, gurgling shriek and convulsed violently. I yanked the hammer back, a spray of something dark and warm hitting my face. The creature fell backward out of the hole, disappearing into the darkness. For a fraction of a second, there was silence. A stunned, unnatural pause. I thought, with a surge of wild hope, that I had won, that the display of violence had scared them off. The hope was shattered instantly. The silence was replaced by a renewed wave of shrieking fury from the pack. They didn't retreat, they exploded. The hole in the tent, now slick with blood, was suddenly filled with a writhing mass of bodies. They poured through the opening, one after another, a river of rabid hatred. They were no longer trying to get in, they were in. My small tent became a chaotic, claustrophobic arena of death. I swung the hammer blindly, the flat M now, trying to beat them back. The beam of my maglite cut through the darkness, illuminating nightmarish flashes, a pair of milky eyes, bared yellow teeth, a paw with claws extended. I struck one, sending it flying into the side of the tent. Another one latched onto my leg, its teeth sinking deep into the thick fabric of my hiking pants. I roared in pain and rage, kicking out wildly until it was dislodged. They were everywhere, climbing over my sleeping bag, tearing at my backpack, swarming my legs. The air was thick with the coppery smell of blood and the foul, musky scent of their bodies. Their hisses and snarls were a constant, deafening chorus. I was no longer defending a fortress. I was fighting a losing battle in a sinking ship. The tent poles buckled under the weight of the creatures, still trying to get in from the outside, and the ceiling began to sag, pressing down on me. I knew I was going to die here. They would overwhelm me, pull me down, and tear me apart in the suffocating darkness of my own tent. The thought was so clear, so certain, that it paradoxically calmed me. The panic subsided, replaced by a cold, sharp clarity. If I was going to die, I wouldn't die on my knees in a collapsed tent. I would die on my feet under the open sky. I had to get out. I had to run. The car, the image of its steel and glass shell, was a beacon of salvation in my mind. 100 yards. 100 yards of hell to cross. My mind raced, formulating a desperate, last-ditch plan. My backpack. It was near the back of the tent, the source of my damnation still tucked inside its pocket. With my left hand, I grabbed the heavy pack. With my right, I swung the hammer in a wide arc, creating a precious few seconds of space around me. I scrambled to the back wall of the tent, the one furthest from the door. "You want it?" I screamed, my voice raw. "Take it." Using the pointed end of the hammer, I stabbed frantically at the nylon wall, tearing a jagged, vertical gash from top to bottom. Fresh night air, cold and clean, flooded into the fitted tent. I shoved the backpack through the new opening and hurled it as far as I could into the darkness, away from the direction of my car. The effect was instantaneous. The chittering and hissing shifted. Several of the raccoons inside the tent, distracted by the new opening and the scent of the bag, scrambled out after it. I heard a wave of them outside change direction, a mad scrabble toward the new prize. It was the diversion I needed. It wouldn't last long. I didn't hesitate. I threw myself through the gash I'd made, tumbling out onto the cold, damp earth. I landed hard on my shoulder, but scrambled to my feet in an instant. The scene was worse than I could have imagined. In the faint starlight, I could see them everywhere. A wreathing carpet of dark shapes. Some were tearing at the backpack, but many were still focused on the tent, and now, on me. Then I ran. I have never known a run like it. It wasn't about speed or endurance. It was about pure, unthinking flight. My legs pumped. My lungs burned. I held the maglite in front of me like a shield, its beam bouncing wildly, offering terrifying, strobe-like glimpses of the path ahead and the horrors at my heels. I could hear them coming, their claws scrabbling on the dirt and rocks right behind me. I felt a sharp, searing pain in my calf as one of them caught me. Its teeth finding flesh, I kicked back without breaking my stride, a guttural sob escaping my lips. The 50 yards to the bare locker felt like a marathon. I didn't dare look back. I just focused on the faint, reflective strip on the locker's handle, and then, beyond it, the dark, solid shape of my car. They were all around me, darting in and out of the flashlight beam, their eyes like malevolent embers in the dark. One lunged and I swatted it away with the heavy flashlight, the impact jarring my arm. I reached the car, fumbling in my pocket for the keys. My fingers were slick with sweat and blood, clumsy and useless. The key fob felt alien in my hand. The raccoons were swarming the car now, climbing onto the hood and roof, their claws making a horrific scraping sound on the metal. One leaped onto my back, its weight nearly sending me to the ground. I slammed myself backward against the car door, crushing it between my body and the hard steel. It shrieked and fell away. I finally found the unlock button and pressed it. The car chirped, and the interior lights came on, a small island of civilization in a sea of primal chaos. I ripped the driver's side door open and threw myself inside, pulling my bleeding leg in after me. I slammed the door shut, just as 3 of them lunged for the opening. Their faces slammed against the glass, snarling and hissing, their hot breath fogging the window. I was safe. I sat there for a moment, hyperventilating, my body shaking uncontrollably. The car was being battered from all sides. They were on the roof, the hood, the windows. I could see their distorted, furious faces peering in at me, their claws scratching uselessly at the glass. I jammed the key into the ignition and twisted. The engine roared to life, and the headlights blazed on, illuminating a scene straight from a nightmare. The pack was a swirling vortex of rabid fur and teeth, caught in the stark white beams. I slammed the car into reverse, the tires spinning on the loose gravel before catching. I backed up blindly, hitting one of the wooden posts that marked the campsite with a loud crunch, but I didn't care. I swung the wheel, put the car in drive, and floored it. I drove straight through the remnants of my campsite, over the flattened ruin of my tent, and onto the dirt access road. I didn't slow down. I drove with a reckless, desperate speed, the car bouncing and sliding, until I hit the paved park road. Only then did I dare to look in the rearview mirror. Behind me, the darkness was absolute. They were gone. I drove for an hour before I found a ranger station, its lights a welcome beacon in the oppressive darkness. I stumbled out of the car, a babbling, incoherent mess of a man, covered in blood and dirt, holding a rock hammer. It took them a long time to calm me down, to understand my story. They found the campsite the next morning. My tent was shredded, my gear destroyed. They found the bodies of the 3 raccoons I had killed. Lab tests confirmed it. Advanced stage rabies. They closed the entire section of the park, but I know they never found the rest of the pack. They had simply melted back into the vast, dark wilderness. I am a man of science. I believe in evidence, in observation, in the tangible world. And I am here to give you my evidence. I have the scars on my leg and back. I have the memory of a sound, a wet, sickening crunch that wakes me up at night. And I have the certain, observable knowledge that there are things in the deep, quiet places of the world that are not pests, not a nuisance, but a pure, concentrated, and intelligent form of terror, waiting patiently in the dark. My name is Leo. Even after 40 years, saying that feels like an admission of guilt. A name whispered in hushed tones in newspaper archives and dusty police files. The face that stares back at me from the mirror is a roadmap of that single, catastrophic night. A web of faded scars across my cheek and a permanent, haunted look in my eyes that no amount of time can erase. What I am about to tell you is not a story I enjoy recounting. It is a burden I have carried every day for 4 decades. A shadow that has clung to me, shaping the man I became and destroying the boy I was. It happened on the shore of Lake Bodom, 40 years ago. Finland in early summer was a place of breathtaking, almost magical beauty. The sun lingered in the sky, casting long, golden rays through the dense pine forests well into the evening, a phenomenon we called the White Nights. For 4 teenagers, fresh from the confines of school and brimming with the invincible energy of youth, it was a siren's call to adventure. There was me, quiet and observant, always more comfortable with a book than with grand plans. Then there was Nils, my closest friend, who was the complete opposite. He was the engine of our group, bold, charismatic, and perpetually restless. It was Nils who bought the worn out map of the Espoo region, who pointed a confident finger at a secluded spot on the shore of Lake Bottom and declared it the perfect site for our first real camping trip without parents. His girlfriend, Anja, was the heart of our quartet. With her bright laugh and kind eyes, she could smooth over any of Nils's rough edges and draw me out of my shell. She was the sunlight to his adventurous fire. And finally, there was Matty, the pragmatist. He was the one who made sure we had enough food, a proper first aid kit, and who double-checked the tent pegs. He was the anchor of reason to Nils's impulsive sails. We were a perfect, balanced foursome, inseparable since childhood, standing on the cusp of the rest of our lives. We thought we were invincible. We thought we had forever. The drive to the lake was filled with the kind of easy, unburdened laughter that only exists in memory now. The windows of Nils's beat-up sedan were rolled down, letting the cool, pine, scented air whip through the car as we sang along badly to the radio. Lake Bottom, when we finally arrived, was even more stunning than the map had promised. It was a vast, dark jewel nestled amongst towering forests. The water was still and clear, reflecting the impossibly blue sky like a perfect mirror. We found the spot Nils had chosen, a small, grassy clearing sheltered by a thick stand of birch and pine trees, just a stone's throw from the water's edge. It felt utterly secluded, a private paradise just for us. As we set up camp, the world felt right. Nils and I wrestled with the canvas tent, a clumsy affair of poles and ropes, our frustrations dissolving into laughter. Anja and Matty laid out the sleeping bags and organized our supplies, their movements efficient and familiar. The air was filled with the scent of crushed grass and damp earth. For a few perfect hours, we were just four friends, masters of our own small universe. We swam in the bracingly cold water, our shouts echoing across the silent lake. We skipped stones that danced across the surface before disappearing into the dark depths. There was no hint of the darkness to come, no premonition of the evil that was waiting in the wings of that beautiful stage. As dusk began to settle, the character of the forest started to change. The golden light softened, bleeding into hues of orange and purple. The birdsong that had filled the afternoon air quieted, replaced by the chirping of crickets and the occasional lonely call of a loon from across the water. We built a campfire, and its crackling flames pushed back against the encroaching shadows, creating a warm, flickering bubble of safety. We huddled around it, roasting sausages on sharpened sticks and telling stories. At first, the stories were lighthearted, reminiscing about school, making plans for the future. But as the fire burned lower and the darkness deepened, the mood shifted. Nils, ever the showman, started telling a ghost story, a local legend about a farmer who had drowned in the lake centuries ago. His spirit still, said to roam the shoreline on moonless nights, searching for something he'd lost. Anja shivered theatrically and moved closer to him, while Matty scoffed, dismissing it as childish nonsense. I said nothing, but I felt the first, faint prickle of unease. The woods, which had felt so welcoming in the daylight, now seemed to be listening. The rustle of leaves was no longer just the wind. The snap of a twig in the distance was no longer just an animal. "Did you hear that?" Matty asked suddenly, his voice low. We all froze, straining our ears. There was a sound, a faint rustling from the dense thicket behind our tent, just beyond the reach of the firelight. "It's probably just a fox," Nils said, though his voice lacked its usual confidence. He picked up our heaviest flashlight and aimed its beam into the trees. The light cut a bright, sterile path through the darkness, illuminating a chaotic tangle of branches and undergrowth, but revealing nothing more. See, nothing. We tried to laugh it off, but the spell was broken. The easy camaraderie had been replaced by a quiet, shared tension. The forest no longer felt like our private paradise. It felt like we were intruders in a place with ancient, unspoken rules. The immense silence of the wilderness pressed in on us. Every gust of wind sounded like a whisper. Every shadow seemed to dance with unseen life. The feeling of being watched was palpable, a physical weight on my shoulders. Soon, the cold began to seep into our bones, and we decided to call it a night. After dousing the last embers of the fire, the darkness was absolute. The moon was just a sliver, offering little light, and the stars were brilliant but cold and distant. The lake had become a vast expanse of black, indistinguishable from the night sky. We crawled into the tent, the four of us arranged in a row, our sleeping bags close together. The thin canvas walls felt like a fragile shield against the immense, indifferent wilderness outside. "Good night, everyone," Anja whispered into the dark. "Good night," we all murmured back. I lay there for a long time, listening to the soft breathing of my friends beside me. I could hear the gentle lapping of the lake against the shore and the sigh of the wind in the pines. I tried to push the unease from my mind, telling myself it was just the ghost story, the unfamiliar sounds of the woods. My friends were here. We were safe together. I closed my eyes, my mind finally beginning to drift towards the shores of sleep, completely unaware that in the suffocating darkness outside our tent, another pair of eyes was wide open, watching and waiting. I was oblivious to the fact that, for three of the people in that tent, it was their last good night, and for me, it was the end of life as I knew it. Sleep did not come as a peaceful blanket, but as a fractured, suffocating descent. I remember tossing and turning the thin fabric of the sleeping bag, feeling abrasive against my skin. The silence of the forest was a living entity, pressing in on the thin canvas walls of our tent. The last thing I recall with any clarity was the rhythmic breathing of my friends, a sound that had always been a comfort, but now seemed fragile, a temporary stay against the vast, waiting darkness. Then, nothing. A black, dreamless void. My return to consciousness was not a gentle awakening. It was a violent expulsion into a world of pain and confusion. The first sensation was the cold, damp earth against my cheek. I was outside. A pale, gray light filtered through the canopy of pine trees, the light of a dawn that felt wrong, sickly. A bird chirped somewhere nearby, a cheerful, mundane sound that was an obscenity in the face of the horror that was unfolding within me. My head throbbed with a deep, percussive rhythm, and a sharp, metallic taste filled my mouth. I tried to push myself up, and a wave of agony shot through my face, so intense it made me gasp. My fingers came away from my cheek sticky and dark with blood. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through the fog in my mind. How did I get out here? The tent flap had been zipped shut. I remembered Maddie making sure of it. My mind was a chaotic swirl of disconnected fragments, like shards of a shattered mirror. I saw flashes of movement, shadows dancing violently against the tent wall, projected by a light from outside. I heard a sound, a high, tearing shriek of canvas, followed by a scream. Anja's scream. It was cut short, choked off with a sickening, wet gurgle. Then came a series of dull, heavy thods. A sound I would later come to understand was the sound of a life being brutally bludgeoned out, And through it all, there was an image, burned into my memory like a phantom afterimage from a camera flash. A shape. A man, tall and broad, silhouetted against the fabric of our tent. He was dressed in black, a void in the surrounding gloom. But it was his eyes that my memory clung to with terrifying clarity. They weren't human eyes. They were 2 points of brilliant, burning red. Like hot coals, they stared, not at me, but through the tent, seeing the terror within. It was a memory so surreal, so nightmarish, that for years I would try to convince myself it was a hallucination brought on by trauma. But I knew, in the deepest, most honest part of my soul, that it was real. I had seen the devil on the shore of Lake Bodom. My own memories of the attack are a black hole. I don't remember being struck. I don't remember the pain of my own injuries being inflicted. My last memory from inside that tent was of the thudding, the awful, rhythmic sound that went on, and the coppery smell of blood, thick and cloying in the enclosed space. My mind, in an act of self-preservation, had simply ejected me. It had thrown me out of the narrative of my own life to spare me the full, unbearable horror of its climax. Stumbling to my feet, the world tilting violently around me, I turned towards our campsite. The sight that greeted me sent another jolt of terror through my system. The tent was no longer the proud, if clumsy, shelter we had erected. It was a collapsed, violated ruin. Long, vicious slashes ran down its sides, the canvas hanging in limp, pathetic ribbons. It was unnaturally still. The cheerful morning birdsong had ceased. The forest was holding its breath. Nils. My voice was a raw, broken croak. Anja. Matty. The only answer was the whisper of the wind through the pines. A deeper, more primal fear than I had ever known began to claw its way up my throat. I took a step, then another, my legs feeling like lead. I was moving towards the source of my dread, compelled by a desperate, foolish hope that I was wrong, that this was all some terrible nightmare, from which I would soon wake. I reached the wreckage, and pulled back a torn flap of canvas. The smell hit me first. The hot, metallic scent from my fragmented memories, now overwhelming, sickening. And then I saw. The interior of the tent was a scene of utter carnage, a butcher's workshop. The cheerful sleeping bags were now soaked in dark, crimson stains. For a moment, my brain refused to process the information, to connect the still, broken forms with the vibrant, laughing friends I had shared a campfire with just hours before. Matty, the pragmatist, the anchor, lay nearest to me. His glasses were shattered on the floor beside him, one lens, still perched on the bridge of his nose, at a grotesque angle. His face was a mask of surprise and terror. Beside him was Anja. Her bright, kind eyes were closed, and one hand was outstretched, as if reaching for Nils in her final moments. Her golden hair was matted with blood. And Nils, my best friend, the engine of our group, he lay on his back, his eyes wide open, staring up at the roof of the ruined tent with an expression of shocked betrayal. The blunt force of the attack had been savage, merciless. I didn't scream. The sound was trapped behind a wall of ice in my chest. A low, animal moan escaped my lips, a sound of a creature in its death throes. My legs gave out, and I collapsed to my knees on the damp earth. The world dissolved into a meaningless blur of green and gray. This wasn't real. It couldn't be. In a moment, Nils would sit up and laugh, telling me it was the most elaborate prank he'd ever pulled. Anja would open her eyes and smile. Matty would push his broken glasses up his nose and tell Nils he'd gone too far this time. But they remained still, so terribly, eternally still. I don't know how long I knelt there, the architect of a life that had just been demolished. Time ceased to have meaning. My mind was a blank slate, wiped clean by a horror too profound to record. My next clear memory is of stumbling away from the tent, away from the sight of my dead friends, and down towards the shore of the lake. The water was calm, reflecting the pale morning sky. It looked serene, peaceful, a monstrous lie that mocked the carnage just yards away. I saw my own reflection, a stranger with a face caked in drying blood, eyes wide with a madness I did not recognize. The hours that followed are lost to me. Did I wander the woods? Did I sit by the water? Did I scream until my throat was raw? I have no memory. The next anchor in the storm of my shattered consciousness was a voice. A man's voice, sharp with alarm. "Hey! My God, son! What happened to you?" I looked up to see a fisherman, an old man in waders, his face a mask of shock and pity. He must have been the one who called the police. Because the next thing I remember is the alien sound of sirens, growing closer, their wails tearing through the sacred silence of the forest. Flashing blue and red lights pulsed through the trees, turning our private paradise into a crime scene. They wrapped me in a blanket, their hands gentle but their eyes sharp, questioning. They asked me my name. They asked me what happened. I tried to speak, to tell them about the man in black, about the red eyes. But the words wouldn't form. All I could do was point a trembling finger back towards the ruined tent. I was a victim, a survivor. But in that moment, as they looked from my bloodied face to the carnage, I had somehow escaped. I saw the first flicker of another possibility in their eyes. A suspicion that would grow into a shadow and follow me for the rest of my life. Why him? Why was he the only one? The question hung in the air, unspoken but deafening. The deadliest mistake of my life was not just going camping that night, it was surviving it. The world that followed the sirens was a sterile, white nightmare. I remember the scratchy wool of the police blanket, the antiseptic smell of the hospital, and the endless, muted drone of voices that seemed to come from a great distance. They stitched up my face, the needle pulling my skin together in a grotesque parody of healing. My jaw was broken, my cheekbone fractured. The doctors were kind, their faces a professional blend of concern and curiosity. But it was the police I remember most clearly. Two detectives, a man named Randa with tired, cynical eyes, and his younger, more eager partner. They sat by my hospital bed, their questions a relentless, gentle probing that felt more invasive than any surgeon's scalpel. I told them everything I could remember, which was terrifyingly little. I told them about the campfire, the feeling of being watched, the rustling in the woods. My voice cracked as I described the sounds from within the tent. Anja's scream, the sickening thuds. And I told them about the man. The tall figure in black, silhouetted against our tent, his eyes burning like red coals. I saw the look that passed between the detectives. It wasn't disbelief, not exactly. It was pity. The kind of look you give a traumatized child who has invented a monster to cope with an unspeakable reality. They wrote it down, but I knew they didn't believe me. To them, the red eyes were a product of shock, a hallucination. The man in black was a phantom. The investigation became a national obsession. The Lake Bodo murders were on the front page of every newspaper, the lead story on every news broadcast. Our faces, mine, Nils's, Anja's, Maddie's, were everywhere. We were no longer people. We were characters in a national horror story. The police scoured the forest. They dredged parts of the lake. They found nothing. No murder weapon. No footprints other than our own. No witnesses save for a lone survivor whose testimony sounded like something from a dark fairy tale. The funerals were an ordeal I barely survived. I stood beside the 3 open graves, a pariah amongst the grieving. The parents of my friends, people who had welcomed me into their homes for years, now looked at me with an unbearable mixture of sorrow and accusation in their eyes. They didn't say it, but the question hung in the air, thick and suffocating. Why you? Why did you live? I had no answer for them. I had no answer for myself. Life, as I had known it, was over. I couldn't return to school. The whispers in the hallways, the stairs, the sudden silences when I entered a room. It was a constant living reminder. I was the boy who survived Bodom, a walking ghost. The nights were the worst. Sleep offered no escape, only a return to the shores of that dark lake. I would see the red eyes, hear the screams, and wake up drenched in sweat, my own silent scream trapped in my throat. The years passed. The case grew cold, relegated to the dusty archives of unsolved crimes, a piece of dark Finnish folklore. But for me, it never grew cold. It was a fire that burned within me every single day. I tried to build a life from the ashes. I moved to a different city, got a quiet job as a bookkeeper, and even married a kind, patient woman who knew my past and thought she could heal me. But you cannot heal a wound that is still open. The shadow of Bodom was a third person in our marriage. It sat between us at the dinner table, lay between us in bed. Every time I looked in the mirror, the scars on my face were a reminder. Every time I heard a sudden noise in the night, my heart would seize with the old terror. The man with the red eyes was never far away. Then, nearly 40 years after that night, the past didn't just haunt me. It rose from the grave to devour me. It began with a knock on the door. It was 2 new detectives, younger, more ambitious than the first pair. They had reopened the case. New forensic techniques, they said. A fresh look at the evidence. At first, I felt a surge of hope. After all these years, could they finally find him? Could they finally catch the monster who had stolen my life? The hope was a fool's dream. They weren't looking for a phantom with red eyes. They were looking at me. The prosecution built their case on a foundation of whispers and conjecture. My memory gaps, once seen as a symptom of trauma, were now presented as the cunning lies of a guilty man. The fight I'd supposedly had with Nils hours before the attack, a minor disagreement I barely remembered, was twisted into a motive of jealous rage. They theorized that I had killed my friends in a fit of fury, wounded myself to create a cover story, and hidden the murder weapon so well that it was never found. My story of the man in black, a desperate, childish fabrication. The trial was the second time my life was destroyed. I sat in the courtroom, an old man with a scared face, and listened as they painted a portrait of a teenage monster. They paraded my grief, my trauma, my survivor's guilt before the jury, and called it evidence of a guilty conscience. They took the most horrific event of my existence and turned it into a weapon against me. I looked at the faces in the jury, at the journalists scribbling in their notepads, at the public spectators, and I saw the same look I had seen in the eyes of the first detectives 40 years ago. They didn't see a victim. They saw a story that finally made sense. The lone survivor was the killer. It was a neat, tidy ending to a messy, unsolved crime. In the end, the court acquitted me. There was no new evidence, only new theories. The prosecution's case was pure speculation, a house of cards built on the shifting sands of a 40-year-old tragedy. The judge's gavel fell, and I was declared a free man. But I was not free. The acquittal was just a word. For the rest of the world, the trial had confirmed what they had always suspected. I had gotten away with it. The shadow of suspicion, which had followed me my entire life, now became a permanent shroud. I was legally innocent, but forever guilty in the court of public opinion. It has been 40 years since I went camping on the shore of Lake Bodom. The police never caught the killer. The man with the red eyes remains a phantom, a whisper in the dark woods of my memory. The world has its own version of the truth, a version where I am the monster. But I know what I saw. I know that something evil walked that shore that night. The deadliest mistake of my life was going camping, a mistake that cost me my friends, my face, and my very identity. It stole my past, my present, and any hope for a peaceful future. It left me with nothing but a name. That will forever be synonymous with murder and the chilling, undying memory of two burning red eyes in the finished darkness. My name is Morgan. It's a name that feels solid, dependable, like something you can lean on. I've always tried to be that person for my friends. The steady one, the planner, the one who packs extra batteries and a first aid kit. But nothing can truly prepare you for a place like Dongfeian, a place that doesn't care about your plans or your preparations, a place that has its own ancient, unwritten rules. There were 4 of us who ventured into that vast, emerald labyrinth of trees. First, there was Liam. If our group had a leader, it was him. Not because he was elected, but because he moved with a kind of restless, infectious energy that pulled the rest of us along in his wake. He was all sharp angles and quick smiles, the kind of person who believed the best stories were found just beyond the edge of the map. It was his idea, of course, to tackle the unspoiled heart of Thailand, to go somewhere the average tourist wouldn't dare. He'd sold it to us with promises of hidden waterfalls and sunrises that would change our lives. Then there was Chloe. She was the counterweight to Liam's impulsiveness. Where he saw adventure, she saw potential risks. She was thoughtful, artistic, and carried a sketchbook everywhere, her charcoal, smudged fingers constantly trying to capture the beauty she saw in the world. She agreed to the trip, but her excitement was tempered with a quiet caution that I, for one, found reassuring. She was my closest friend in the group, the one I could exchange a silent, knowing glance with when Liam suggested we climb a particularly precarious-looking rock face. And finally, there was Ben. Ben was the court jester, the self-proclaimed realist who masked a deep-seated cynicism with a barrage of jokes and sarcasm. He was Liam's oldest friend, and their dynamic was a constant push and pull of boundless optimism and world-weary skepticism. Ben didn't believe in anything he couldn't see, touch, or explain with science. Ghosts, spirits, legends to him. They were all just stories people told themselves to make a chaotic world feel more interesting. He was coming along for the hiking, the fresh air, and, most importantly, the opportunity to mock the rest of us for believing in magic. Our journey into the Dongfeian, Khao Yai Forest Complex, began with a sense of boundless freedom. We left the concrete maze of Bangkok behind, the city's oppressive humidity and noise replaced by the clean, crisp air of the countryside. The further we drove, the more the landscape transformed. Towering skyscrapers gave way to humble wooden houses, and manicured city parks were swallowed by an endless, untamed sea of green. We met our guide, a man named Samchai, at a small village on the very edge of the forest. He was not the smiling, khaki-clad guide we might have expected from a tour brochure. He was a small, wiry man with skin the color of worn leather and deep-set eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of the trees themselves. He spoke little, and when he did, his English was heavily accented but deliberate, each word chosen with care. He looked us over, his gaze lingering for a moment on Ben's brightly colored, brand new hiking gear and the large, portable speakers strapped to Liam's backpack. He didn't smile. "The forest is beautiful," Samchai said, his voice a low rumble. "But she is old, older than any of us. She demands respect." We all nodded, a little sobered by his intensity. "You must follow my lead," he continued, his eyes fixing on each of us in turn. "Stay on the path. Do not take anything. No flowers, no stones. You are guests here." He paused, and the air seemed to grow still. "And you must be quiet, especially after the sun sleeps. No loud voices, no music. The sounds of your world, they do not belong here. They disturb the ones who rest. The guardians. Ben piped up, a smirk already playing on his lips. "You mean like park rangers?" Samchai's expression didn't change. "No, not park rangers. The spirits. The Jauthai. They own this land. Every tree, every river. We walk through their home. To be loud is to be arrogant. It is to shout in a stranger's house while they are trying to sleep. They do not like it. It makes them curious, and you do not want their curiosity." The gravity in his voice sent a small shiver down my spine. I glanced at Chloe, and saw my own unease reflected in her wide eyes. Liam, however, just clapped Ben on the shoulder with a grin. "Hear that, Benny. Better be on your best behavior. Wouldn't want to get haunted." Ben scoffed. "Right. The ancient spirits of the forest are going to be offended by a little bit of pop music. I'm sure they've heard worse." That was our first mistake. The casual, arrogant dismissal of a warning born from a lifetime of experience. We saw Samchai as a relic, a purveyor of local folklore. We saw the forest as a playground, a backdrop for our adventure. We didn't understand that we were the temporary ones, the fleeting noise in a place of deep, enduring silence. The first few hours of the hike were breathtaking. The canopy above was so thick that sunlight dappled the forest floor in shifting, ethereal patterns. The air was alive with the thrum of insects and the calls of unseen birds. Samchai led us with an economy of movement, his feet seeming to find the path instinctively. We, on the other hand, stumbled and sweated, our city, soft bodies struggling to keep pace. By late afternoon, we reached the spot Samchai had chosen for our camp, a small clearing near a trickling stream. It was idyllic. As we shrugged off our heavy packs, a sense of accomplishment washed over us. We had made it. "All right, team," Liam announced, rubbing his hands together. "Let's make this place home." And that's when the second mistake happened. As we started to pitch our tents, Liam unstrapped the portable speaker. With a tap of his phone, a blast of energetic indie rock shattered the tranquility of the clearing. The sound was jarring, an alien presence in the symphony of the jungle. The birdsong faltered, then stopped completely. I saw Samchai, who was setting up his own small hammock a good distance away from us, stiffen. He turned and gave us a long, hard look. It wasn't angry. It was something worse. It was pity. Then, without a word, he turned his back on us. "Seriously, Liam?" Chloe asked. her voice barely audible over the music. "Did you not hear a word?" he said. "Oh, come on, Chloe," Liam said, turning the volume up a notch.
We need a little motivation.
"We hiked all day. We deserve it." "He's right," Ben added, shouting to be heard. "What's the point of camping if you can't have a little fun? Besides, I want to see one of these guardians. Maybe they like the killers." He threw his head back and let out a loud whoop that echoed unnervingly through the trees. I opened my mouth to protest, to say that maybe we should just listen, just for one night. But the words died in my throat. The music was loud. The mood was high, and I didn't want to be the downer. I was the dependable one, the planner. And the plan, it seemed, was to have a party. So, I kept my mouth shut and helped Ben with the tent poles. The synthetic beat of the music a jarring counterpoint to the rhythm of the forest. That was my mistake. My silence was my consent. As darkness began to seep into the forest, painting the edges of the clearing in shades of purple and deep blue, the beautiful landscape started to feel different. The trees were no longer just trees. They were tall, dark figures standing sentinel at the edge of our small circle of light. The familiar, cheerful music from our speaker began to sound thin and desperate, a flimsy shield against the vast, encroaching quiet of the night. We built a fire, its crackle and pop a welcome companion, but it felt like we were on a tiny, illuminated island in the middle of a dark, silent ocean. We laughed and told stories, our voices artificially loud, as if we were trying to convince ourselves that we weren't afraid. But we were. Deep down, beneath the bravado and the bass line, a seed of fear had been planted. We had been warned. We hadn't listened. And as the last sliver of sun vanished below the horizon, plunging Dongfeian into absolute blackness, we were about to find out that some rules exist for a reason. The forest was listening now, and it was not pleased. The fire, which had earlier felt like a cheerful beacon of defiance, now seemed to be shrinking, its light pushing back a darkness that felt solid and heavy, like a physical weight. The music from Liam's speaker, once a symbol of our carefree rebellion, now sounded tinny and pathetic. The driving beat that had energized us on the hike felt like a frantic, failing heartbeat against the immense, patient silence of the forest. The natural world had simply muted us. The chirping of crickets, the rustle of leaves, the very breath of the jungle had ceased, leaving only our artificial noise and the oppressive quiet that surrounded it. It was as if the entire forest was holding its breath, waiting for our cheap batteries to die. And eventually, they did. The song stuttered, warped into a low, mournful groan, and then faded into nothing. The silence that rushed in to fill the void was absolute and deafening. It was a physical presence, pressing in on my eardrums. For the first time, we could hear the frantic thumping of our own hearts. We all sat frozen around the campfire, our faces illuminated by the flickering flames, our eyes wide, and searching the impenetrable wall of blackness that encircled our tiny clearing. "Well," Ben said, his voice unnaturally loud in the stillness. "So much for the party." He was trying for his usual sarcastic tone, but it fell flat, absorbed by the silence. Snap. The sound was sharp, distinct, and terrifyingly close. It was the sound of a dry twig, breaking under a heavy foot, just beyond the perimeter of our firelight. Every head whipped in the direction of the noise. Liam grabbed the heaviest flashlight, its powerful beam cutting a sharp white tunnel into the darkness. He swept it back and forth across the tree line. The light revealed nothing but a chaotic tangle of roots, ferns, and the silent, watching trunks of ancient trees. There was no animal, no sign of disturbance. Just a boar or a deer, probably, Liam said, though his voice lacked conviction. He kept the beam of the flashlight trained where the spot where the sound had come from. They were probably more scared of us than we are of them. A deer wouldn't be wandering this close to a fire, Chloe whispered, her arms wrapped tightly around her knees. Her sketchbook lay forgotten by her side. There was nothing beautiful to capture here now. Maybe it's one of Samchai's guardians, Ben muttered, but the joke had lost its humor. He was staring into the darkness, his usual smirk replaced by a tight, nervous line. Come to complain about the noise. We tried to laugh, but the sound was hollow and weak. The spell was broken. The illusion of our control, of our safety, had been shattered by a single, simple sound. We decided to turn in. A silent agreement passing between us that the flimsy nylon walls of our tents offered a better sense of security than the exposed clearing. Liam and Ben shared one tent, Chloe and I the other. Samchai remained by his hammock, a still silhouette against the faint glow of the dying embers of our fire. He hadn't moved, hadn't made a sound. His stillness was somehow more unnerving than any of the forest's strange noises. It was the stillness of someone who was waiting for something he knew was coming. Zipping up the tent felt like sealing a tomb. The air inside was stuffy and warm, smelling of plastic and our own fear. Through the thin fabric, the forest felt even closer. Every sigh of the wind through the canopy above sounded like a whisper. Every rustle of a leaf sounded like a footstep. I lay there, my sleeping bag pulled up to my chin, my ears straining to decipher the language of the night. Chloe was a motionless lump beside me, but I knew she was as awake and terrified as I was. That's when we heard it. It started as a faint, rhythmic crunching. Crunch, crunch, crunch. It was the sound of feet. Not the light, scurrying steps of a small animal, nor the heavy, crashing tread of something large like a boar. This was methodical, deliberate. It was the sound of 2 feet walking on the dry leaves and soil, and it was moving in a circle around our camp. I held my breath, my heart hammering against my ribs. I could hear Liam and Ben murmuring in the next tent. They had heard it too. The footsteps would grow louder as they passed our tent, then fade slightly as they moved towards the other, before growing louder again as they completed the circuit. Round and round it went, a slow, patient, inescapable patrol. Morgan. Chloe's voice was a tiny, trembling thing in the dark. I hear it, I whispered back. What is it? I don't know, but I did. It wasn't an animal. Animals don't walk in perfect, endless circles around a campsite. This was intelligent. This was a warning. After what felt like an eternity of this torment, we heard the zipper of the other tent being ripped open. Who's there? Liam's voice boomed, trying to sound commanding but betraying a tremor of fear. The footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was somehow even more terrifying.
Show yourself!
Liam shouted again. Nothing. Just the ringing in our ears. I heard him fumbling with the flashlight again. I cautiously unzipped our tent flap. Just a crack peering out. Liam was standing in the faint glow of the fire's embers, sweeping the beam of the flashlight in a frantic arc around the camp. Ben was right behind him, holding a large branch like a club. The beam illuminated nothing. The forest was empty. The ground was undisturbed. There were no tracks, no sign that anything, man or beast, had been circling us moments before. There's nothing here? Ben said, his voice a mixture of relief and confusion. We must have been imagining it. The wind, maybe. But we all knew it wasn't the wind. The sound had been too clear, too rhythmic. It was the sound of something walking, and it had been real. They eventually retreated back into their tent, and a tense, watchful quiet fell over the camp once more. I tried to close my eyes, to force myself to sleep, but the image of that empty, watching forest was burned into my mind. The feeling of being observed was a physical sensation, like insects crawling on my skin. I felt naked, exposed, even within the supposed safety of the tent. The beautiful forest had become a place of profound terror, a cage of our own making. And then, a new sound began. It was different from the footsteps. It was a soft, scraping, rhythmic noise. It was the sound of digging. Scrape, scoop. Scrape, scoop. It was coming from the same direction as the first snapped twig, just at the edge of the darkness. It was a patient, industrious sound. The sound of a task being performed. My blood ran cold. My mind, frantic with fear, could only conjure one image: a grave. Something was out there in the dark, just meters from our tent, digging a hole in the forest floor. Was it digging something up? Or was it making room for something new? I looked at Chloe. In the faint moonlight filtering through the tent fabric, I could see that her eyes were wide with the same silent, screaming question. We lay there, paralyzed, listening to the steady, methodical sound of the digging. It went on, a soundtrack to our worst nightmares. We didn't dare to make a sound, didn't dare to peek outside again. We had shouted into the darkness once, and had been answered with silence. We were not foolish enough to try again. We had been warned not to disturb the spirits. In our arrogance, we had filled their sacred home with noise and disrespect. We had shouted into the void. Now, the void was calmly, patiently, and methodically answering back. And it was digging in the dark, just for us. The sound of digging continued for a time that felt both like a fleeting moment and an entire lifetime. Each scrape and scoop of dirt was a metronome marking our descent into madness. Chloe and I lay rigid in our sleeping bags, two statues carved from fear, our breaths held until our lungs burned. To breathe felt like an invitation, a sign of life for whatever was out there in the dark. The sound wasn't angry or frantic. It was methodical, calm, and purposeful, and that was the most terrifying thing about it. It was the sound of a job that needed doing. Then, as abruptly as it began, it stopped. The silence that returned was different from before. It wasn't empty. It was thick, heavy, and pregnant with anticipation. It was the silence of a predator that has finished preparing its trap and is now simply waiting. My ears strained, trying to catch a hint of what would come next, but there was nothing. Only the frantic, silent screaming in my own mind. The feeling of being watched had intensified to an unbearable degree. It was no longer a vague sensation. It was a focused, malevolent glare that I felt pressing on the thin nylon wall of the tent, a pressure against my very soul. And then the nylon moved. It wasn't the wind. It was a slow, deliberate drag against the side of the tent, right next to my head. A sound like rough fabric or dry skin being pulled across the top material. I flinched so violently my teeth clicked together. Chloe let out a tiny, strangled gasp. It moved upwards, slowly, as if something was tracing the outline of my body from the outside. I could see the fabric indenting slightly, dark shape against the faint moonlight. It was formless, indistinct, but it was there. It was real, and it was touching us. My mind refused to process it. I squeezed my eyes shut, hoping that if I couldn't see it, it wasn't real. But then came the whisper. It wasn't a human voice. It was a dry, sibilant hiss, like dead leaves skittering across stone. Yet it formed a sound that was chillingly familiar. Morgan. It was my name, but stretched and broken, as if spoken by a throat that had not been used for centuries. It was a sound that did not belong to the world of the living. Ice flooded my veins. This was not a prank. This was not an animal. This was the curiosity Samchai had warned us about. The ancient, offended spirit of the forest had learned my name. A blood-curdling scream ripped through the night, but it wasn't mine. It came from the other tent. It was Ben. A scream of pure, unadulterated terror, followed by Liam's frantic shouts.
Get off! Get away from us!
That was it. The paralysis broke, shattered by the terror in our friends' voices. The instinct for survival, primal and overwhelming, took over. We have to run. I gasped, fumbling blindly for the zipper. Now, Chloe was already moving, her hands shaking so badly she couldn't get a grip. I shoved her aside, tore the zipper down with a single, violent pull, and we scrambled out of the tent into the dying glow of the campfire. At the same moment, Liam and Ben burst from their tent, their faces masks of horror in the dim, flickering light. Ben fell to his knees, gasping and clawing at his own arms, as if trying to scrape something off. In that moment of pure chaos, my eyes found Samchai. He was standing exactly where he had been all night, by his hammock. He wasn't looking at us, but at the darkness that encircled the clearing. He was calm. His face held no fear, only a deep, profound sadness. He raised a hand, not to help us, but to simply point down the barely visible trail we had followed to get here. The message was clear. Go. Now, we didn't need to be told twice. We ran. We didn't grab our packs, our phones, or our wallets. We abandoned everything. We ran with the kind of desperate, lung-searing speed that only mortal terror can provide. As we plunged into the darkness of the path, I risked a single, fleeting glance back at the clearing. My heart stopped. The pre-dawn light was just beginning to filter through the canopy, casting the world in a ghostly gray. I could see the hole. It was shallow, more of a wide scrape in the earth than a grave. And laid out neatly beside it were four small, man-like figures. They were crudely woven from twigs, leaves, and what looked like strands of our own hair, likely collected from the brushes we'd left in the tents. One for each of us. 4 effigies, placed beside a freshly dug patch of earth. An offering, a curse, a placeholder. My mind couldn't bear to complete the thought. The run through the forest was a nightmare blur. Every gnarled root was a hand reaching out to trip us, every shadow a pursuing figure. The sounds of the jungle had returned, but now they were menacing. The call of a bird sounded like a shriek of mockery. The rustle of leaves like the footsteps of our pursuer. We didn't dare look back. We just kept our eyes fixed on the back of Samchai, who moved ahead of us with a steady, unhurried pace, a small, lonely figure leading us back to the world we thought we knew. Hours later, we stumbled out of the tree line and into the village, collapsing onto the dusty ground like marathon runners crossing a finish line. We were covered in mud and scratches, our clothes torn, our minds shattered. The villagers who saw us kept their distance, their faces a mixture of pity and fear. They knew what happened to those who disrespected the forest. Samchai led us to our van. He handed Liam the keys, his dark, ancient eyes meeting each of ours for a moment. He didn't say, I told you so. He didn't have to. His silence was a more profound condemnation than any words could be. The things you left, he said, his voice low. Your belongings. They are an offering now. A payment. Do not go back for them. Ever. We just nodded, unable to speak. We climbed into the van. The four of us huddling together like frightened children. The drive back to Bangkok was conducted in absolute silence. There were no jokes, no music, no plans for the next adventure. Ben, the hardened skeptic, sat staring out the window, his face pale and empty, occasionally touching his arms, as if he could still feel an unseen grasp. Liam, our bold leader, just gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles white, his eyes fixed on the road ahead, seeing nothing. Chloe quietly wept in the back seat. We never saw anything that night. Not really. We saw no monster, no ghost, no tangible creature. But we felt it. We heard it. We were touched by it. We learned that the world is so much older and stranger than our modern minds can comprehend. We learned that some rules aren't meant to be understood, only obeyed. We had entered Dong Phaean as arrogant tourists, looking for a thrill. We left as humbled, haunted survivors, leaving pieces of ourselves behind in that dark, silent forest. And sometimes, in the dead of night, when the silence is too deep, I can still hear the sound of digging, and I wonder what would have happened if we had stayed to see the sunrise. I wonder what the forest would have done with the four little figures it had so carefully made in our image. My name is Noah Whittaker. For the better part of my 32 years, the wilderness has been more than a hobby. It has been my sanctuary, my confidante, the one place where the noise of the modern world fades into an irrelevant hum. I am an ecologist by trade, a man who finds more comfort in the language of rustling leaves and birdsong than in casual conversation. My work often takes me to the remote corners of the country, studying the delicate dance of flora and fauna, but my solo hiking trips are purely for the soul. They are a pilgrimage to the heart of what is real and untamed. This particular trip was to the sprawling national forests of the West, a rugged tapestry of ancient pines, granite, faced mountains, and valleys so deep they seemed to hold the very secrets of time. I had spent 4 days exploring its marked trails, but for my final night, I sought something deeper, a path less traveled, that promised a view of the sunset from a ridge known as Titan's Perch. It wasn't on the official park map, but I had found it through old survey charts and whispers from fellow backcountry enthusiasts. It was a challenge, a final communion with the wild before my return to civilization. I set out in the late afternoon, the sun a warm, golden weight on my shoulders. The air was crisp, scented with pine needles and damp earth. My pack was light, containing only the essentials for a night under the stars: a sleeping bag, a small tarp, water, and a modest supply of food. My movements were practiced and efficient, my boots crunching a steady rhythm on the needle-strewn path. I felt a profound sense of peace settle over me. Here I was not Dr. Whittaker, the man with deadlines and responsibilities. I was just Noah, a small, transient part of a vast, living ecosystem. The forest was alive with the sounds of the afternoon. Squirrels chattered indignantly from the high branches of Douglas firs, and the distant, percussive tapping of a woodpecker echoed through the trees. I felt a familiar sense of belonging, a quiet joy that was the very reason I pursued these solitary journeys. The world made sense here. Cause and effect were clear. The strong survived. The seasons turned, and the forest endured. As the sun began its slow descent, the light shifted, painting the forest in long, dramatic shadows. The air grew cooler. The path to Titan's Perch became steeper and less defined, forcing me to rely on my compass and the topography of the land. This was the part I loved most. The raw, unfiltered challenge of navigation. The feeling of being utterly reliant on my own skills. The sounds of the forest began to change, the daytime chorus giving way to the subtle whispers of the approaching night. An owl hooted from a hidden perch, a lonely, haunting call that seemed to hang in the air. It was in this deepening twilight, with the last vestiges of orange and purple bleeding from the sky, that my world fractured. I was stepping over a fallen log, my mind on the final ascent to the ridge, when a sudden, electric, sharp pain erupted in my left ankle. It was not a scrape or a twist. It was a piercing, venomous agony, as if 2 needles heated in a flame had been plunged deep into my flesh. My breath hitched in a choked gasp. I stumbled back, my heart instantly hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. My gaze shot downwards. In the dim, murky light, I saw it. A dark, slender form, no thicker than my thumb, slithering with liquid speed across the path and disappearing into the undergrowth. The pattern was unmistakable, even in the gloom. The stark, alternating bands of black and a pale, ghostly white. A crate. For a frozen second, my mind refused to process the information. A crate. Here. It was highly unusual for this specific region, but not impossible. A wave of cold, chemical dread washed through me, far more chilling than the evening air. I knew its reputation. I knew the terrifying potency of its neurotoxic venom. I knew, with a certainty that stole the air from my lungs, that I was in profound trouble. My training, my years of experience, my rational mind, all screamed a single command: stay calm. Panic was a luxury I could not afford. A racing heart would only pump the poison through my system faster. I forced myself to take a slow, deep breath. Though my lungs felt tight and constricted, I was miles from the trailhead. My phone, as expected, had no signal. There was no one for miles. I was utterly, terrifyingly alone. My first instinct was to run, to flee from the source of my own mortality. But I knew that would be a death sentence. Slowly. I had to move slowly. I unshouldered my pack and fumbled with the side pocket, my fingers feeling clumsy and disconnected. I pulled out my small first aid kit, but I knew it was a futile gesture. I had no antivenom. The best I could do was try to slow the inevitable. I didn't have a snakebite kit with a suction device. I knew from my wilderness first aid courses that they were largely ineffective and could cause more tissue damage. The only prescribed course of action was to keep the limb below the heart and get to a hospital. A hospital that was a lifetime away. I looked at my ankle. 2 small, almost insignificant puncture marks were weeping tiny beads of blood. The skin around them was already beginning to feel tight and hot. I forced myself to stand, putting as little weight as possible on the injured leg. Every beat of my heart was a drum counting down the seconds I had left. I began to walk, a slow, agonizing shuffle back the way I came. Each step was a negotiation with pain and a battle against rising panic. The forest I had loved just moments before had transformed. It was no longer a sanctuary. It had become a prison, its towering trees like the bars of a cage, its deepening shadows filled with menace. The gentle rustle of leaves now sounded like mocking whispers. The hoot of the owl no longer seemed lonely, but predatory. With every excruciating step, the symptoms worsened. A strange metallic taste filled my mouth. My leg began to swell, the fabric of my hiking pants growing uncomfortably tight. A terrifying numbness began to creep up from my foot, a deadening sensation that was somehow worse than the pain. It was the venom's signature, the slow, systematic shutdown of my nervous system. My mistake was a simple one, a moment of carelessness born from comfort and familiarity. I hadn't been watching my steps, my focus on the destination rather than the journey. In an area known for its venomous creatures, even if this one was a rarity, I had let my guard down, and the forest, in its brutal, impartial way, had punished me for it. The pain was a living thing, a fire that licked up my calf, followed by the cold tide of paralysis. My vision began to blur at the edges, the vibrant details of the woods softening into a hazy, threatening mass. A wave of dizziness washed over me, and I had to brace myself against the trunk of a pine, its rough bark digging into my palm. I squeezed my eyes shut, fighting the nausea that was churning in my stomach. The forest I had once cherished, the place I came to feel alive, was now patiently, inexorably waiting for me to die. The sun was gone now, and in the suffocating darkness, my slow, desperate march had only just begun. The darkness that fell was not merely the absence of light. It was a physical presence. It pressed in on me from all sides, thick and suffocating, swallowing the path and the trees, and the very air I was desperate to breathe. My world had shrunk to the small, pathetic circle illuminated by my headlamp, a dancing bubble of clarity in an ocean of black. Every sound was magnified, distorted by the venom, laced fear coursing through my veins. The snap of a twig was a cracking bone. The rustle of leaves was the slither of another snake. The wind whispering through the pines sounded like a chorus of voices, murmuring my name in a language of decay. My leg was a useless anchor of meat and bone. The fiery pain had subsided into a deep, throbbing ache, but the numbness had spread with horrifying speed. It had consumed my foot and ankle, and was now creeping insidiously up my calf, a cold frontier of death advancing on the living territory of my body. I could no longer walk, not even shuffle. I had tried, but my leg had buckled beneath me, sending me crashing to the forest floor. The impact sent a jolt of agony through my body, and a fresh wave of nausea that left me retching dryly into the dirt. Now, crawling was my only option. I was a wounded animal, dragging myself through the dirt and pine needles. My hands, raw and scraped, became my new feet. My pack, once a symbol of my self-sufficiency, was now a dead weight, its straps digging into my shoulders. But I couldn't abandon it. The water, the tarp, they were my last tethers to the faintest hope of survival. Each movement was a monumental effort, a battle of will against a body that was actively betraying me. Drag the right arm forward. Pull the left knee up. Heave the dead weight of my poisoned leg. The rhythm was slow, torturous, and humiliating. I, Noah Whitaker, the seasoned ecologist who could read a forest like a book, was reduced to this primal, desperate crawl. The venom was no longer just in my leg. It was a ghost in my machine, systematically pulling levers and cutting wires. My eyelids felt heavy, as if tiny weights were attached to them. It took a conscious effort to keep them open, to fight the seductive pull of a sleep I knew I would never wake from. A persistent droop began to affect the left side of my face, and when I tried to lick my dry, cracked lips, my tongue felt thick and clumsy. The metallic taste was stronger now, a coppery film coating my entire mouth. Breathing was becoming a chore. Each inhalation was shallow, unsatisfying, as if my lungs could no longer fully expand. The neurotoxin was beginning its assault on my diaphragm, the muscle that gave me life with every breath. Time lost all meaning. Was it minutes or hours that I had been crawling? The moon, a cold, silver sliver, had risen above the treetops, casting long, skeletal shadows that danced and writhed in my wavering headlamp beam. My mind, starved of oxygen and besieged by poison, began to drift. Images flickered behind my heavy eyelids. I saw the face of my younger sister, her expression bright with laughter at some long, forgotten joke. I saw my parents, waving from the porch of my childhood home. I saw my small apartment, the stacks of books, the maps pinned to the wall. A life of quiet purpose that now seemed like a dream belonging to someone else. These flashes of memory were not comforting. They were torturous reminders of everything I was about to lose. Every happy moment, every connection, every plan for the future was being systematically erased by the molecules of poison working their way through my bloodstream. A profound, soul-crushing regret settled over me. It wasn't just about my carelessness in stepping over the log. It was about the arrogance of my solitude. I had always taken pride in my independence, in my ability to thrive alone in the wild. I had seen it as a strength, but now I saw it for what it was, a vulnerability. I had pushed people away, not out of malice, but out of a misplaced belief that I was self-contained. Now, in my final hours, I was desperate for a human voice, a hand to hold, a presence to confirm that I had existed at all. But there was no one. I had ensured my own lonely end. Suddenly, through the cacophony of my own labored breathing and the pounding in my ears, I heard it. A sound, faint but distinct. A low, rhythmic hum. It was mechanical. My heart, which I had been trying so desperately to keep calm, gave a painful lurch. An engine. It had to be an engine. An ATV. Maybe a truck on a remote service road. Hope, fierce and blinding, erupted in my chest. It was an adrenaline surge so powerful, it momentarily cleared my vision and silenced the venom's whispers. I pushed myself up, ignoring the screaming protest from my muscles. I strained my ears, turning my head, trying to pinpoint the direction. There, to the northeast. It was intermittent, fading in and out with the wind. But it was there. With a surge of renewed purpose, I changed my direction. I was no longer just crawling away from death. I was crawling towards life. The pain, the numbness, the exhaustion, they were all still there. But they were secondary now, relegated to the background by the singular, desperate need to reach that sound. I pushed myself harder, faster. My scraped hands digging into the earth, my good leg kicking furiously. The forest floor was a brutal obstacle, course of roots that snagged my clothes and rocks that bruised my knees, but I barely noticed. The hum was my mantra, my salvation. For what felt like an eternity, I crawled towards the promise of rescue. The sound grew slightly louder, more consistent. I could almost feel the vibrations through the ground. I was getting closer. Tears of relief and desperation streamed down my face, mixing with the dirt and sweat. I opened my mouth to shout, but only a strangled, pathetic croak came out. My throat was tight, another casualty of the venom's advance. It didn't matter. I just had to get closer. They would see my headlamp. They had to. I crested a small rise, my body screaming in protest, and pushed through a curtain of ferns. The ground ahead sloped downwards into a small clearing, and in the center of that clearing, bathed in the cold moonlight, was the source of the sound. It was not a truck, it was not an ATV. It was a power transformer, mounted on a tall wooden pole, buzzing with electricity. A single line ran to it from the east, and another ran out to the west, disappearing into the darkness. It was part of a utility line, cutting through the vast emptiness of the forest, miles from any road, any house, any person. The hope that had propelled me forward didn't just fade. It was violently extinguished, leaving a vacuum of despair, so absolute it was a physical blow. I collapsed onto the damp earth, the last of my strength gone. The buzzing of the transformer was no longer a sound of hope. It was a mockery, a monument to a civilization I could not reach, a cruel joke played by the forest that held me captive. I lay there, my face pressed into the cold dirt, and for the first time, I did not try to get back up. The fight was over. The forest had won. The buzzing was the only sound in the world, a monotonous funeral dirge for a man who had died long before his heart stopped beating. I lay there, my cheek pressed against the cold, damp earth, my face turned towards the indifferent wooden pole. The buzzing of the transformer was the only constant in a world that was dissolving around me. It was a sound that had first promised life and then delivered only despair, but now it was becoming something else. It was a focal point, a single, unwavering note in the chaotic symphony of my body's final, frantic shutdown. The fight had drained out of me, leaving behind a hollow, strangely peaceful emptiness. There was no more hope to be extinguished, no more strength to be tested. There was only the slow, methodical process of my own unraveling. My breathing had become a conscious, desperate labor. Each inhalation was a thin, shallow gasp that did little to relieve the crushing weight on my chest. It felt as if the air itself had become thick and heavy, too dense for my failing lungs to process. The world seen through my headlamp, which had been my only shield against the oppressive dark, began to flicker and dim, not because of the batteries, but because the connection between my eyes and my brain was fraying. Black spots bloomed in my field of vision, spreading and merging like ink blots on wet paper. The paralysis that had claimed my leg was now a creeping, cold blanket, ascending my torso, stealing the last vestiges of sensation and control. I tried to move my fingers, to feel the grit of the soil one last time, but the command was lost somewhere in the dying corridors of my nervous system. It was then that the buzzing began to change. Or perhaps it was my mind that was changing. The monotonous, mechanical hum started to acquire a rhythm, a cadence. It pulsed in time with the slow, struggling beat of my own heart. It was no longer just a sound. It was a vibration that seemed to resonate deep within my bones, a voice that spoke not in words, but in pure sensation. In the theater of my fading consciousness, the forest was finally speaking to me. It was not a voice of anger or malice. It was far older, far more terrifying than that. It was a voice of immense, dispassionate, and eternal indifference. It showed me things, not memories of my own short life, but memories of the land itself. I saw seasons turn in the blink of an eye, snows falling and melting, summers blazing and fading. I saw the towering pines I had admired as seedlings pushing their way up through the soil over centuries. I saw fires rage through the undergrowth, a destructive, cleansing force that cleared the way for new life. I saw generations of animals born, hunting, and dying, their bodies returning to the earth to fuel the next cycle. The power line, the buzzing transformer. They were revealed to me for what they were, Arzon. A temporary scar, a thin, fragile thread of human arrogance stretched across a landscape that measured time in epochs. My life, my death, my terror. They were less than a single falling leaf in this immense, sprawling, interconnected organism. The crate that had bitten me was not an assassin. It was simply a part of the whole, a gear in the great, grinding machine of existence. No more or less important than the bacteria that would soon begin the work of reclaiming my body. I had come to the wilderness seeking something real, something to cut through the noise and artifice of my own world. I had sought the sublime. Now, I was experiencing it in its most absolute, terrifying, and honest form. I was not just an observer of the ecosystem. I was becoming a part of its ledger, my nutrients a debt to be paid back to the soil that had supported my weight. A strange thing happened. The fear, the regret, the profound loneliness that had haunted my final hours, they began to dissolve. The image of my sister's laugh, my parents' wave, they were still there, but they were no longer sources of pain. They were simply facts, data points in the story of a creature whose time was over. My arrogance hadn't been in my solitude, but in my belief that I was ever truly separate from all this. I had walked through the forest as a visitor, a spectator. Only now, in death, was I being granted true citizenship. The buzzing in my head deepened, becoming a vast, resonant hum that seemed to be the sound of life itself. I could feel the network of roots spreading beneath me in the soil, a subterranean nervous system. I could feel the slow, patient process of decay and rebirth happening all around me. My consciousness, which I had always thought of as being trapped inside my skull, began to expand, to leak out into the world around me. It flowed past the buzzing transformer, beyond the clearing, and into the dark, breathing woods. I was the owl on its silent hunt. I was the beetle burrowing into a fallen log. I was the pine needle, surrendering to the pull of gravity. The last of my own physical sensations was the feeling of the cold earth against my skin, a final, intimate embrace. My breathing, which had been a struggle, simply ceased. The flickering light of my headlamp, a tiny man-made star, finally went out, plunging the clearing into the pure, unfiltered darkness of the moonless night. My name was Noah Wetacre. I was an ecologist who loved the wilderness. I made a mistake, a single careless step. But my story did not end with the venom, or the despair, or the lonely crawl through the dark. It ended with a quiet, final understanding. It ended with a surrender. It ended with my return to the whole. The forest, which had been my sanctuary, then my prison, had now become my grave and my eternity. And in the heart of its vast, patient silence, the transformer continued its steady, electric hum, a sound that no one was left to hear. My name is Olivia Sterling, and for as long as I can remember, the world has spoken to me through the lens of a camera. It's a language of light and shadow, of composition and focus. I'm a professional photographer, a title I've worked tirelessly to earn, specializing in natural landscapes. My work has taken me from the sun, scorched dunes of the Namib to the glacial fjords of Norway, but no place has ever captivated my soul quite like the ancient forests of Japan. There's a profound sense of history there, a spiritual weight that hangs in the moss, scented air. It's a place where the veil between worlds feels thin, where myths and reality seem to intertwine among the gnarled roots and towering canopies. My latest project, the one I believed would define my career, was a photographic exploration of Shunrin, Yoku, or forest bathing. I wanted to capture not just the visual beauty of the woods, but the feeling of being immersed in their life force. And central to this project was the legend of the Kodama. Before my trip, I'd spent weeks buried in folklore texts and online forums. The stories were all variations on a theme. Kodama were ancient, sentient spirits that resided within trees, acting as their guardians. They were said to be largely unseen, sometimes appearing as faint orbs of light or small, ethereal figures. The tales were consistent on one crucial point. To harm a tree inhabited by a Kodama was to invite a terrible curse. The warnings were stark, speaking of madness, misfortune, and a haunting that would follow the transgressor to their grave. I respected the culture, of course, but from the detached, academic perspective of an outsider. To me, these were beautiful, allegorical tales designed to encourage respect for nature. A curse, a vengeful spirit. I filed it under charming superstition. My focus was on the tangible, the quality of the light filtering through the leaves, the texture of the bark, the intricate patterns of moss on stone. The supernatural was a wonderful theme, a narrative thread to weave through my collection. But I never for a moment believed it was real. That was my first and most critical mistake. I chose a forest in the heart of Honshu, a place less frequented by tourists, renowned for its ancient cedars and tranquil atmosphere. Getting there was an ordeal in itself, involving a series of trains, a rickety local bus, and finally, a long hike into the interior, my gear weighing heavily on my back. But with every step deeper into the woods, the modern world fell away, replaced by a profound and resonant silence. The air grew cooler, thick with the smell of damp earth and decaying leaves. Sunlight struggled to pierce the dense canopy, dappling the forest floor in shifting patterns of green and gold. It was everything I had hoped for. For 2 days, I was in a state of creative bliss. I captured the dance of morning, mist around the trunks of giant cryptomeria, the delicate unfurling of ferns, and the way the setting sun set the autumn leaves ablaze. I felt a connection to the place, a sense of peace that was both exhilarating and humbling. My camera, atop of the line Hasselblad, felt like an extension of my own eyes, and the images I was capturing were, without a doubt, the best of my career. I was in my element, confident and in control. It was on the third afternoon that I found it. The tree. It wasn't the largest or the oldest by any means, but it possessed a character that was utterly magnetic. It was a Japanese maple, its trunk twisted into an elegant, sculptural form, as if frozen in the middle of a slow, centuries-long dance. Its leaves were a fiery crimson, and it stood in a small, sunlit clearing, surrounded by a carpet of vibrant green moss. It was perfect. It was the centerpiece my collection needed, the embodiment of the forest's soul. I set up my tripod with trembling hands, my heart pounding with the thrill of discovery. I framed the shot, my eye pressed to the viewfinder, composing the image with meticulous care. The lighting was sublime, the colors were breathtaking, the composition was almost there, but not quite. There was a branch. A single, insignificant branch, jutting out from the right side of the trunk at an awkward angle. It was thinner than the others, with sparse pale leaves, almost as if it were an afterthought of the tree's growth. But in the context of my photograph, it was a glaring flaw. It disrupted the elegant flow of the trunk, drawing the eye away from the heart of the image. It was a discordant note in a perfect symphony. I tried everything to work around it. I shifted the tripod left, then right. I changed lenses. I tried a lower angle, then a higher one. For over an hour, I wrestled with the problem, but the branch remained a stubborn imperfection. A wave of frustration washed over me, hot and sharp. This was the shot. It was the image that would grace the cover of my book, the one that would hang in galleries. I couldn't let it be compromised. And then, the thought, insidious and practical, slithered into my mind. Just cut it. I had a small hand axe in my pack for clearing brush and hammering in tent pegs. It was sharp. It would take seconds. No one would ever know. The thought was immediately followed by a flicker of unease as the stories of the kodama surfaced in my memory. If you harm a tree with a kodama, you'll be cursed. I laughed it off, a short sound that felt alien in the profound quiet of the clearing. It was ridiculous. It was a single, ugly branch on one tree among millions. It was for the sake of art. My ambition, a powerful and persuasive force, began to rationalize the act. This wasn't malicious destruction. It was a necessary edit, a pruning to reveal the tree's true beauty. I was honoring it, not harming it. The folklore was for children, for a time before logic and science reigned supreme. My decision made, I unzipped my pack and pulled out the axe. Its metal head glinted in the dappled sunlight. It felt cold and heavy in my hand, a tool of purpose and efficiency. I walked to the tree, my boots sinking softly into the moss. I placed a hand on the trunk. The bark was cool and rough, like ancient skin. For a fleeting moment, I felt a strange vibration, a low, almost imperceptible thrumming beneath my palm. I dismissed it as my imagination, a product of my heightened emotional state. I raised the axe. I sighted my target, the base of the offending branch. I took a deep breath, the scent of the forest filling my lungs one last time. The moment the steel bit into the wood, everything changed. It wasn't a loud crack, but a dull, sickening thud that seemed to be absorbed by the entire forest. And with that sound, an absolute and unnatural silence fell. It wasn't just the cessation of noise, it was the absence of it. The gentle chirping of unseen birds, the rustle of leaves in the breeze, the distant hum of insects. It all vanished in an instant. It was as if the world had suddenly been muted, or as if I had been plunged underwater. The air grew heavy and still, pressing in on me from all sides. A chill, completely unrelated to the temperature, snaked its way up my spine. The branch fell to the mossy ground with a soft whisper. The cut was clean, a pale, weeping wound on the dark bark. I looked back at my camera, a sense of grim triumph warring with a rapidly growing dread. The shot was perfect now. The composition was flawless. But as I stood there, axe in hand, staring at the mutilated tree, I didn't feel like an artist. I felt like a vandal. I felt like an intruder. And for the first time, I felt the unnerving sensation of being watched, not by a creature of flesh and blood, but by the silent, waiting forest itself. The weight of 1,000 unseen eyes was upon me, and in their gaze, I felt a cold, ancient judgment. The superstition I had so casually dismissed felt terrifyingly real, and I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that I had just made a terrible, irreversible mistake. The silence that followed the fall of the branch was a living entity. It had weight and texture, pressing against my eardrums and smothering my thoughts. My hand, still clutching the axe, began to tremble. The grim satisfaction I'd anticipated was entirely absent, replaced by a hollow, sickening dread. I stood frozen for what felt like an eternity, caught between the wounded tree and the silent witness of my camera on its tripod. The forest was no longer a place of serene beauty. It had transformed into a courtroom, and I was the guilty party standing before a silent jury. My training, my rational mind, fought back against the rising tide of panic. It's just your conscience, Olivia. You feel guilty, so your mind is playing tricks on you. I forced myself to move, the action feeling sluggish and surreal as if moving through water. I laid the axe down gently, almost reverently, by my pack. I couldn't bring myself to look at the severed branch lying on the moss, a piece of evidence marking my crime. My priority was to get the shot and leave. The sooner I was away from this clearing, the better. I walked back to the tripod, my gaze fixed on the ground, avoiding the sight of the tree's fresh wound. Through the viewfinder, the composition was, as I'd known it would be, perfect. The awkward line was gone, leaving only the graceful, powerful form of the maple. But the image felt tainted. The vibrant crimson of the leaves now seemed less like fire and more like blood. The shadows pooling at its base were no longer just an absence of light. They felt deep, watchful, and menacing. I adjusted the settings with numb fingers, my photographer's instincts on autopilot. The click of the shutter, usually a sound of satisfying finality, echoed unnervingly in the oppressive quiet. It sounded like a gavel falling. I didn't take another frame. I packed my equipment with frantic, clumsy movements, my usual meticulous process abandoned. Every snap of a latch, every zip of a bag seemed amplified, a profane intrusion into the sacred silence. I felt an overwhelming urge to apologize, to speak words into the stillness, but my throat was tight with fear. What would I say? And more terrifyingly, who or what would hear me? With my pack secured and the tripod collapsed, I cast one last, fearful glance at the maple tree. The pale scar on its trunk seemed to mock me, a permanent mark of my arrogance. I turned and fled the clearing, not quite running, but walking with a desperate, hurried pace that bordered on flight. The path back to my campsite should have been familiar, but in the deepening twilight and my heightened state of anxiety, it felt alien and threatening. The forest, which had felt so welcoming just hours before, now seemed to be actively working against me. Roots, previously unseen, seemed to snag at my boots. Low, hanging branches, which I ducked under without a thought on my way in, now seemed to claw at my face and hair. The oppressive silence persisted, but now it was punctuated by sounds I couldn't identify. A sharp crack in the undergrowth to my left, a soft, slithering sound to my right. Each time I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat, there was nothing but shadows. The shadows themselves were the worst part. As the last of the sun's rays retreated from the canopy, the forest floor was plunged into a murky gloom. The trees, once majestic pillars, became distorted, hunched figures. The spaces between them were filled with a darkness so profound it felt solid. My mind, feverish with guilt and fear, began to populate that darkness. I saw movement in my peripheral vision, a flicker of motion, a shape detaching itself from a tree trunk, only to melt back into the gloom when I looked directly at it. I told myself it was just the play of light and shadow, the strain of the long day, but the feeling of being followed, of being stalked, was unshakable. By the time I stumbled into the small clearing where my tent was pitched, I was drenched in a cold sweat, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The sight of my small, nylon shelter was the only comfort in a world that had become hostile. I scrambled inside, zipping it shut with trembling hands, as if the thin layer of fabric could protect me from the ancient judgment of the woods. Inside, The darkness was absolute, but it was my darkness, a contained space that I could control. I fumbled for my headlamp, and its bright, clinical beam cut through the black, offering a small measure of relief. My hands still shook as I prepared a simple meal of rehydrated noodles, but I couldn't manage more than a few bites. My stomach was a tight knot of anxiety. Every tiny sound from outside, the groan of a tree branch in a sudden gust of wind, the skittering of some small nocturnal creature, made me jump. The silence from before had been terrifying, but this new chorus of sounds was worse. It felt like the forest had found its voice again, and it was whispering about me. Exhaustion eventually warred with my fear, and I knew I had to try to sleep. I crawled into my sleeping bag, pulling it up to my chin like a child, hiding from monsters under the blanket. I switched off my headlamp, plunging myself back into the blackness. I lay there for what felt like hours, listening to the forest, listening for something more. Just as I was drifting into a state of semi-consciousness, a new sound began. It was a soft, rhythmic scratching against the side of my tent, right behind my head. Scrape, scrape. It was delicate, almost tentative, like the sound of a single, long fingernail being drawn across the taut fabric. My blood ran cold. I lay perfectly still, every muscle tensed, straining to hear. It stopped. Silence rushed back in, heavier than before. I held my breath, my ears ringing. Was it just a branch? An animal? Then it came again, this time more insistent. Scrape, scrape, scrape. It was deliberate. There was intent behind it. I didn't dare move or make a sound. I was paralyzed by a primal fear I had never known. The scratching stopped, and a new sound replaced it. A faint, dry whisper, like the rustling of dead leaves, but it was shaped, almost like a word. A sibilant hiss that I couldn't quite understand. It was a language I didn't know, yet I understood its meaning perfectly. It was a sound of pure contempt. I don't know how long I lay there, rigid with terror, but eventually the abyss of exhaustion claimed me. I fell into a sleep that offered no escape, for it was there that the true horror began. I dreamt I was back in the clearing, but it was night, and the only light came from the wound on the maple tree. It glowed with a faint, sickly phosphorescence, and from it wept a thick, black sap that sizzled as it hit the moss below. As I watched, frozen in place, the shadows around the base of the tree began to coalesce. They swirled and deepened, drawing together into a form that was vaguely human, shaped but utterly unnatural. It was tall and gaunt, its limbs too long, its body semi-translucent, as if it were made of smoked glass or murky water. It had no discernible features, no mouth, no nose, only a smooth blank space where a face should be. And then, two eyes opened. They were not eyes of flesh, but points of cold, white light like distant, dying stars, and they were fixed on me. In their piercing gaze, I felt a rage so ancient and so profound it was beyond any human emotion. It was the fury of the earth itself, the cold, implacable anger of something that has been violated. The figure did not move, it did not need to. Its stare was a physical force, pinning me, dissecting me, filling me with a soul, deep terror, that was colder and sharper than any axe. I woke with a strangled cry, sitting bolt upright in my sleeping bag. My heart was a wild drum against my ribs. The dream had been so vivid, so real, that the phantom feeling of that hateful gaze lingered. The tent was filled with the gray, pre-dawn light. Morning was coming. I had survived the night. A shaky laugh escaped my lips. A nightmare. It was all just a nightmare. born of a guilty conscience. The scratching, the whispers, the terrifying figure, all products of my overactive imagination. Relief, potent and cleansing, washed over me. To prove to myself that everything was fine, that my art had been worth the momentary lapse in judgment, I decided to look at the photos. I reached for my camera bag, my confidence returning with the growing light. I would see the perfect image of the maple tree, and this whole night of foolish terror would be forgotten. I unzipped the main compartment, and my world fell apart. My Hasselblad, my beautiful, robust $60,000 camera, lay in pieces. The lens, protected by layers of high-density foam, was shattered, a spiderweb of cracks radiating from a central impact point. The carbon fiber body was split open, its intricate internal mechanisms exposed like a dissected animal. And the memory card, the small, tough rectangle of plastic that held the soul of my work, was snapped cleanly in half. There was no rational explanation. No animal could have done this. No fall could have caused such precise, catastrophic damage inside a padded case, inside a zip tent. It was impossible. I stared at the wreckage, the laughter dying in my throat, replaced by the cold, hard certainty that I had been fooling myself. This wasn't my imagination. This wasn't a dream. This was a response, a calculated act of retribution. The superstition was real. The curse was real, and it was just beginning. Time ceased to have meaning as I knelt on the floor of my tent, staring at the ruins of my life's work. The cold gray light of dawn did nothing to soften the brutal reality of the scene. My Hasselblad, an instrument of such precision and beauty, was now just a pile of mangled plastic and shattered glass. The two halves of the memory card lay on the nylon floor like a broken promise. This was not random destruction. This was a message, an execution. Every crack in the lens, every splintered piece of the body, was a word in a language of pure vengeance. The sanity I had clung to, the rational explanations I had tried to build as a fortress around my fear, crumbled into dust. There was no logic for this. No thief would have been so specific in their vandalism. No animal could have performed such a meticulous dissection. My mind, stripped of all its defenses, was left with one terrifying, undeniable truth. The creature from my dream was real, and its rage was not confined to my nightmares. A primal scream built in my chest, but it died in my throat as a new wave of fear washed over me. The fear of being heard. I was not alone. The silence outside the tent was no longer empty. It was patient. It was waiting. My movements became purely instinctual, driven by the singular, desperate need to flee. I was a cornered animal. I scrambled out of the tent, leaving the wreckage behind. I didn't even zip the flap shut. I abandoned everything: the tent, the sleeping bag, my cooking gear, the expensive down jacket I'd saved for months to buy. They were just things, anchors that would drag me down. My only thought was escape. I grabbed my backpack, which thankfully still contained my water bottle, a compass, and a map, and I ran. I didn't look back. I plunged into the trees, away from the campsite, away from the clearing with the violated maple. I ran with the wild, heedless energy of pure terror. Branches whipped at my face, leaving stinging red lines. Thorns tore at my clothes and skin. I stumbled over roots, fell to my knees on the damp earth, and scrambled back up, my breath a raw, burning agony in my lungs. The forest, once my muse, was now my tormentor. It was a living, breathing labyrinth designed to confound and break me. The familiar path I had used for days had vanished, swallowed by the undergrowth. Every direction looked the same. An impenetrable wall of ancient trees and deep, menacing shadows. The sun, now higher in the sky, offered no comfort. Its light seemed to be absorbed by the canopy, and what little filtered through only served to create more confusing, dancing shadows that played tricks on my exhausted mind. The feeling of being watched was a physical presence. It was a pressure on the back of my neck, a prickling on my skin. I would whip my head around, convinced I would see the translucent figure from my dream standing just feet away, its cold, star-like eyes burning into me. But there was never anything there. Nothing and everything. The whispers started soon after. They were not in my head, they were in the wind, a sibilant rustling of leaves that almost formed words. My name, Olivia. It was a dry, mocking sound, the same sound of contempt I'd heard outside my tent. At one point, I stopped, leaning against a massive cedar, trying to catch my breath and consult my map, as my fingers, clumsy with adrenaline, fumbled to unfold it. A sudden, overpowering scent filled the air. It was the smell of freshly cut wood, of weeping sap. The smell of the maple tree. I gagged, my stomach heaving. It was impossible. I was miles from the clearing. But the scent was so strong, so cloying. It was as if I were standing right beside the wound I had created. I looked down at my hands, half expecting to see them covered in the tree's sticky lifeblood. They were clean, but I felt stained, tainted to my very soul. Panic gave my legs a new surge of strength. I abandoned the map. It was useless anyway. The forest was rewriting its own geography around me. I relied on the compass, keeping the needle pointed east, towards where I knew the road and the bus stop must be. For hours I pushed on, my world shrinking to the next tree, the next step, the next ragged breath. The forest was relentless. A sudden, localized downpour started, soaking me to the bone in minutes, making the ground slick and treacherous. The rain wasn't falling anywhere else. It was a personal storm, a curtain of water that seemed to follow me. I saw it then, not just in my peripheral vision, but for a split second, directly in front of me. As I scrambled up a small, mossy incline, the figure was there, standing between two trees. It was just as it had been in my dream, tall, gaunt, made of shadow and smoke. Its featureless face turned towards me, and though it had no eyes, I felt its piercing gaze. I screamed, a raw, animal sound, and scrambled backwards, falling hard. When I looked up, it was gone. But I knew it was still there, just beyond the veil of my sight, enjoying my terror. I don't know how long I walked, ran, and stumbled. Day bled into a twilight that brought with it a fresh wave of horror. The thought of being caught in this forest after dark was more terrifying than death itself. And then, through the trees, I saw it. A line. A straight, unnatural line in a world of chaotic, organic shapes. It was the edge of the road. I burst through the final line of trees and collapsed onto the rough asphalt, sobbing with a relief so profound it was painful. I had made it. I was out. The road was a symbol of order, of humanity, of safety. I lay there for several minutes, kissing the gritty surface. Behind me, the forest stood silent and dark, a wall of green and black. It felt like it was watching me go, its whispers finally fading. A logging truck eventually rumbled down the road, and the driver, a kind, elderly man with a weathered face, stopped for me. He looked at my disheveled state, my torn clothes, my scratched face, my wild eyes, with concern, but he asked no questions. He simply helped me into the cab and drove me to the small town where I had caught the bus. I checked into the first inn I saw, traditional ryokan. The owner, a small, stooped woman, clucked her tongue at my appearance, but showed me to a simple, clean room with a tatami mat floor and a futon. The feeling of a solid roof over my head, of walls that could not be scratched by ghostly fingernails, was the greatest luxury I had ever known. I stripped off my filthy, damp clothes, took the longest, hottest shower of my life, and scrubbed at my skin until it was raw, trying to wash away the scent of the forest, the feeling of its touch. Wrapped in a clean cotton yukata, I felt almost human again. My terror began to recede, replaced by a deep, bone-wearying exhaustion. I convinced myself that it was over. I had escaped. The curse was tied to the forest, to that specific place. The destruction of my camera was the price I had to pay. A terrible, ruinous price, but a price that had been paid in full. I had learned my lesson. I would never be the same, but I would be alive. I would be safe. That night, I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. I woke the next morning feeling groggy, but for the first time in 2 days, I didn't wake up with a scream. Sunlight was streaming through the paper screen of the window. It was over. It was over. I went to the small mirror above the wash basin to brush my teeth. I looked at my reflection, at the dark circles under my eyes and the fresh scratches on my cheeks. As I stared, something shifted. For a fraction of a second, the reflection was not my own. The face looking back at me was smooth, featureless, and made of shadow. 2 points of cold, white light opened where the eyes should be. I stumbled back with a cry, knocking over a small table. I squeezed my eyes shut, my heart hammering against my ribs. It's in my head. I'm traumatized. It's just my mind. I forced myself to look again. My own terrified face stared back at me. It had been a trick of the light, a hallucination. That's all. But as I stood there, trembling, a faint scent reached my nostrils. It was the smell of damp earth, of decaying leaves, and of fresh, weeping sap. It was the smell of the forest. And it was coming from me. The curse was not in the woods. It hadn't been left behind at the edge of the road. I had not paid the price. The destruction of my camera wasn't the punishment. It was a declaration. The Kodama had taken from me the one thing I valued most, the tool I used to define myself. It had stripped me of my identity as a photographer. And now, it had followed me out of its domain to claim the only thing I had left. My mistake wasn't just disrespecting a belief. It was in thinking the curse had an end. It had just begun. My name is Parker, and I've always believed that the world responds to force. Not necessarily violence, but presence, volume, the sheer unwillingness to back down. It's a philosophy that has served me well, or so I thought. It made me a leader, or at least, it made people listen. In a world full of sheep, I was determined to be a wolf, or at the very least, a very loud and aggressive sheepdog. That Friday, my pack consisted of Liam and Josh. We'd been friends since high school, a trio bound by a shared boredom with our suburban lives and a thirst for something more, even if that something more usually just meant getting drunk in a different location. Liam was the thinker, the one who'd have a flicker of caution in his eyes before it was inevitably extinguished by peer pressure and cheap beer. Josh was the amplifier, a human megaphone for any bad idea, his laughter always a little too loud, his gestures a little too wide. And I was the catalyst, the one who set the tone. Our destination was Blackwood Pines, a sprawling state forest a few hours from the city. It was the kind of place that was beautiful on a postcard, but held a deep, unnerving silence once you were actually in it. We arrived in the late afternoon, the sun casting long, golden fingers through the dense canopy of pine and oak. The air smelled clean, earthy, full of the promise of freedom from our 9 to 5 routines. Right here, I declared, pointing to a small clearing just off the main trail, far enough away that no park ranger is going to bust our balls for the noise. Josh let out a whoop, pulling cases of beer from the trunk of my beat-up SUV with the enthusiasm of a kid on Christmas morning. Liam, ever the practical one, was already starting to unpack the tents, his movements efficient and practiced. We worked with a familiar rhythm, setting up our small nylon kingdom. 2 tents, a fire pit, and a circle of camping chairs. It was our temporary throne room. As dusk began to bleed across the sky, painting the clouds in shades of orange and purple, the forest started to change. The friendly daytime birdsong was replaced by the chirping of crickets and the occasional distant hoot of an owl. The shadows between the trees deepened, seeming to merge into a solid wall of darkness that pressed in on our small circle of light. The fire crackled and spat, a lone beacon of warmth and defiance against the encroaching chill. This was the part I loved. The beer was flowing, the fire was roaring, and the conversation was loud and meaningless. We were kings of our own little world, our laughter echoing into the vast, indifferent wilderness. We were 3 loud, obnoxious heartbeats in a forest that had been there for 1,000 years before us and would be there for 1,000 years after. It was Josh who saw him first. He stopped mid-laugh, his eyes fixed on a point just beyond the edge of our firelight. "Whoa, check it out," he slurred, pointing with his beer bottle. "We've got a neighbor." I followed his gaze. About 50 yards away, where the darkness was almost absolute, another camp was being set up. It was a strange sight. We hadn't heard a car, or footsteps, or any of the usual sounds of arrival. It was as if the man and his small, drab, green tent had simply materialized out of the shadows. He moved with a quiet, deliberate economy, each action precise and without wasted motion. He didn't have a fire. He didn't have a chair. Just the tent and a small pack. "Weirdo," I muttered, taking a long pull from my beer. "Who camps without a fire?" "Maybe he's one of those survivalist nuts," Lime offered, his voice a little more hushed than before. "The kind that eats bugs and drinks his own pee." Josh cackled.
Let's go ask him! Hey!
"Hey, pee, drinker!" The man didn't react. He finished setting up his tent, and then simply sat on the ground, his back against a thick oak tree, facing our direction. We couldn't see his face clearly, just a silhouette against the deeper blackness of the woods. He was unnervingly still. This, for some reason, was an affront. His silence, his refusal to acknowledge us, felt like a judgment. It was a quiet rebellion against the world we had built in our clearing, a world of noise and drunken bravado. And I couldn't stand for it. "What's his problem?" I said, my voice rising. Too good to say hello. The alcohol was singing in my veins now, a siren song of bad decisions. It stripped away the thin veneer of civility and left only raw, arrogant ego. We were here to be loud. We were here to be obnoxious. His quiet presence was a challenge.
Hey, buddy!
I yelled, standing up. The forest seemed to swallow the sound. "You lost? Or are you just enjoying the view?" Still nothing. He just sat there, a statue carved from night. We could just make out the faint outline of his head turning slightly, fixing on our camp. This was the encouragement we needed. His passivity was a green light. Josh, emboldened, stood up beside me. "What's the matter? Cat got your tongue. Or did you eat it?" "Liam said you eat bugs." "You eat bugs, you weirdo." The insults started to fly, each one more juvenile than the last. We questioned his parentage, his hygiene, his reasons for being alone in the woods. We were a drunken Greek chorus, performing for an audience of one. With every taunt that was met with silence, we grew bolder, our voices louder, the laughter more forced. We were feeding off each other, a feedback loop of toxic masculinity. I watched him trying to get a read. In the flickering firelight, I could now see his face a little better. He was older, maybe in his late 40s, with a gaunt, weathered face. But it was his eyes that held me. Even from that distance, I could feel them. They weren't angry or scared or even annoyed. They were just vacant, like two dark wells with no bottom, reflecting the firelight without a hint of warmth or life. They were utterly, terrifyingly empty. A sane person would have seen this as a warning sign. A sane person would have felt a prickle of fear, a primal instinct screaming that this was a predator, not prey. But I wasn't sane. I was Parker, fueled by cheap beer and an unshakable belief in my own dominance. His emptiness wasn't a warning. It was a void I felt compelled to fill with noise. "This is boring," I announced, grabbing a half-burned log from the edge of the fire pit. It was heavy in my hand, warm and solid. "He's not going to do anything." With a grunt, I hived the log. It flew through the air in a high arc, trailing sparks like a dying comet, and landed with a heavy thud just a few feet from the man's tent. It was a clear, undeniable escalation. A physical line had been crossed. For the first time, the man moved. He didn't flinch or cry out. He simply, slowly, turned his head and looked directly at me. The firelight caught his face fully for a moment. There was no expression, no anger, no fear. Just that flat, dead-eyed stare that seemed to pierce right through me, seeing not a person but a thing. An insect. Josh and Liam erupted in triumphant laughter. "You see that? He almost pissed himself," Josh howled. But I didn't laugh. For a split second, standing there in the glow of the fire, with his empty eyes locked on mine, I felt a cold knot tighten in my stomach. It was a feeling I wasn't familiar with, a genuine, ice-cold sliver of fear. Then it was gone, buried under another wave of bravado. I scoffed, turning my back on him. "Whatever. Let's get another beer. He's not worth the effort." We retreated to the safety of our chairs, our voices still high with victory. We were the jerks, the bullies, and we had won. We had screamed into the void, and the void had done nothing. As I sat down, I couldn't resist one last glance over my shoulder. He was still there, in the exact same position, his gaze still fixed on our camp, on me, and I had the sudden, chilling thought that our little show wasn't over. We had been the performers, but maybe, just maybe, he had been the one directing. An hour passed, or maybe it was 2. Time had become a thick, syrupy thing, distorted by alcohol and the oppressive weight of the man's silent vigil. We tried to recapture the boisterous energy from before, but it was a forced, hollow effort. The jokes fell flat, the laughter sounded brittle, and the beer tasted like ash in my mouth. Every crackle of the fire, every rustle of leaves in the gentle night breeze, seemed to be amplified by the profound silence emanating from the other camp. It was no longer just an absence of sound. It was a presence, a living thing that watched us from the darkness. Liam had grown quiet, his eyes constantly darting towards the spot where the man sat. He'd wrap his arms around himself, as if a sudden chill had settled deep in his bones. A chill that had nothing to do with the night air. Josh, on the other hand, went in the opposite direction. He became louder, more obnoxious, a caricature of his earlier self. It was a transparent defense mechanism, a desperate attempt to shout down the fear that was clearly beginning to gnaw at him. "He's still staring," Liam whispered, his voice tight. "Parker, he hasn't moved." "Not an inch. So what?" I snapped, my own nerves frayed. I refused to let him see the fear that had taken root in my gut. Let him stare. What's he gonna do? Bore us to death? This was a bad idea, Lime continued, ignoring me. We shouldn't have messed with him. There's something wrong with him. The only thing wrong is you being a coward. Josh slurred, pointing an unsteady finger at Liam. He's just some lonely old freak. We should go over there and finish it. Tip his stupid little tent over. Shut up, Josh, I said, my voice low and dangerous. The thought of getting any closer to that silent figure sent a jolt of pure adrenaline through me. My bravado had a perimeter, and it ended somewhere in the 50 yards of darkness between our camps. We're done with him. He's nobody. But he wasn't nobody. He was everybody. He was every shadow that flickered at the edge of my vision. Every snapping twig that sounded like a footstep. The forest no longer felt empty and indifferent. It felt like his forest. The trees were his allies, the darkness his cloak. We weren't kings in our little circle of firelight anymore. We were actors on a brightly lit stage, surrounded by a vast, unseen audience of one. My gaze kept being drawn back to him. The fire had burned lower, and his form was less distinct, but the 2 points of reflected light that were his eyes remained. They were like the unblinking eyes of a nocturnal predator, patiently waiting for its prey to exhaust itself. The thought was so sudden and so clear that I physically recoiled, sloshing beer onto my jeans. He wasn't just sitting there. He was waiting. That was it. I couldn't take it anymore. The fun was gone, replaced by a thick, choking anxiety. All right, I'm calling it a night, I announced, trying to sound casual as I stood up and stretched. This is getting old. Josh grumbled something about being soft, but he didn't protest too loudly. Even he seemed to sense that the party was over. Liam looked visibly relieved, practically leaping from his chair. We doused the fire, plunging our campsite into an even deeper darkness, illuminated only by the weak, silvery light of a partial moon filtered through the canopy. The world became a landscape of muted grays and impenetrable blacks. The man's silhouette was now completely swallowed by the shadows. For a moment, I felt a surge of relief. Out of sight, out of mind. What a foolish thought. Liam and I shared one tent, Josh had the other. We crawled inside. The sound of the zipper closing felt unnaturally loud. A final, futile attempt to seal ourselves off from the night. Inside, the air was stale with the smell of beer and sweat. I lay back on my sleeping bag, my heart still hammering against my ribs. You think he's gone? Lime whispered from the other side of the tent. He's probably asleep. I lied, closing my eyes, willing it to be true. Forget about him. But I couldn't. The image of his vacant eyes was burned onto the inside of my eyelids. I lay there, every sense on high alert. I could hear Josh snoring softly in the tent next to ours. I could hear Liam's shallow, nervous breathing. And I could hear the sounds of the forest. The crickets, the wind. and something else. At first, it was barely perceptible. A soft crunch. So faint I thought I'd imagined it. I held my breath listening. Silence. I started to relax, telling myself it was just a squirrel or a raccoon. Then it came again. Crunch. Closer this time. The sound of a dry leaf being deliberately crushed under a heavy boot. My blood ran cold. I sat bolt upright, my eyes wide in the darkness of the tent. Liam had heard it too. I could feel his terror radiating across the small space. Crunch, crunch, crunch. It was a rhythm. Smothered, unhurried. This wasn't the sound of an animal scurrying through the undergrowth. This was the sound of a person walking. A person who wasn't trying to be quiet. A person who wanted to be heard. The footsteps stopped right outside our tent. The silence that followed was worse than the sound itself. It was absolute, suffocating. I could hear my own blood roaring in my ears. I pictured him out there, just inches away, separated from us only by a thin sheet of nylon. I imagined those empty eyes staring at our tent, seeing right through it. Then a new sound. A soft, scraping noise. Shock. It was the sound of the zipper on Josh's tent being slowly, deliberately pulled down. A strangled gasp escaped Lime's lips. I clamped a hand over my mouth to keep from screaming. We heard a low mumble from Josh, the sound of someone being woken from a drunken sleep. It was followed by a wet, gurgling noise and a sudden, heavy thud. And then silence again. A dead, final silence from Josh's tent. My mind refused to process what I had just heard. It couldn't be real. This was a nightmare, a drunken hallucination, but the fear was real. It was a physical thing, a cold, heavy presence in the tent with us. The footsteps started again. 2 slow steps. They stopped directly in front of our tent flap. We were paralyzed, 2 statues of pure terror. I stared at the faint silhouette of the zipper, praying it wouldn't move. But I knew it would. Our little show wasn't over. The second act was about to begin. Slowly, agonizingly, the zipper began to move. The rasping sound was the loudest thing I had ever heard in my life. It was the sound of our world being unmade. An inch of darkness appeared, then 2, then a foot, revealing a vertical slice of the night outside. And then he was there, framed in the opening. He was just a silhouette against the moonlight, but I didn't need to see his face. I knew the emptiness that would be in his eyes. He stood there for a heartbeat, letting us soak in the reality of our situation. The roles had been reversed. We were no longer the bullies. We were the cornered animals. Then he raised his hand. The moonlight caught the polished surface of what he was holding. It was long, and it curved gracefully to a wicket point. A hunting knife. A large one. Our mistake wasn't just being jerks. Our mistake was in thinking this was our movie. We had spent the night harassing a man, yelling insults, and challenging him, never once considering the possibility that we weren't the main characters. We were just the disposable supporting cast in his. Time shattered. The moment the moonlight glinted off that blade, the thick, syrupy passage of the last few hours broke into a million razor-sharp fragments. My mind, which had been sluggish with beer and denial, was now terrifyingly clear. Every detail was etched in stark relief. The man's hulking silhouette, the impossible darkness of the space he occupied, the way the long, curved knife seemed less like a tool and more like a natural extension of his hand. He didn't rush. He didn't need to. He had all the power, and he savored it. He took one slow, deliberate step into the tent. The nylon floor crinkled under his boot, a sound that seemed to echo the final, wet noise we'd heard from Josh's tent. That sound broke the spell. A guttural, animalistic cry tore itself from Liam's throat. It wasn't a word, just a pure expression of terror. He scrambled backwards, crab walking into the far corner of the tent, his limbs flailing uselessly. But my fear manifested differently. The arrogant, forceful Parker I had always been was dead, but his ghost, the part of him that acted before thinking, took over. It was pure survival instinct, a cornered animal's last, desperate gambit. My hand closed around the first solid thing it could find, a heavy, metal thermos full of lukewarm coffee. It was pathetic, a child's weapon against a monster. But it was all I had. As the man turned his head slightly, his attention drawn to Liam's pathetic whimpering, I moved. I didn't stand. I lunged forward from my seated position, swinging the thermos with every ounce of strength I possessed. I aimed for his head, his face, anything. The impact was jarring. A solid, meaty thwack that vibrated up my arm. The man grunted, a low, guttural sound of surprise rather than pain. He staggered back a single step, one hand coming up to his face. It wasn't much, it wouldn't stop him. But it was an opening, a sliver of a chance where one hadn't existed a second before. Liam, the back. I screamed, my voice raw. I didn't wait to see if he was following. I threw myself in the opposite direction, away from the opening, away from the man. My hands clawed at the thin back wall of the tent. There was no zipper here, no escape route. We had sealed our own tomb. My pocket knife. I always carried one. My fingers fumbled at my jeans, my movements clumsy with panic. The man was already recovering, his dark shape moving towards us again. The knife was there, clipped to my pocket. I ripped it free, my thumb finding the stud to flick the blade open. I didn't aim. I just stabbed, plunging the small blade into the taut nylon wall and tearing downwards. The sound of ripping fabric was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. A 3-foot gash opened up, a dark wound in the side of the tent that promised life. I scrambled through, tumbling out onto the cold, damp earth and pine needles. The shock of the cold air on my face was electric. I was out. I was free. I pushed myself to my feet and ran. I didn't look back to see if Liam made it through the hole. I didn't look back to see if the man was following. I just ran, fueled by a terror so profound it felt like it was dissolving my bones. The forest, which had been a place of fun and freedom just hours before, was now a hostile entity. Branches whipped at my face like thorny lashes. Roots snaked out of the ground, trying to trip me, to pull me down into the dirt. Every shadow was a monster, every tree a silent, judging observer. The sounds behind me were what kept me going. I could hear him. He wasn't running. His footsteps were the same as before, a steady, unhurried crunching of leaves. He was walking. He knew he didn't have to run. The forest was his home, and we were just terrified intruders. The sound of his calm pursuit was infinitely more terrifying than a frantic chase would have been. It spoke of confidence, of certainty. My lungs burned. My legs were screaming. I risked a glance over my shoulder and saw a sight that will haunt me until the day I die. Liam was about 10 yards behind me, his face a white mask of terror in the moonlight. And behind him, moving at that same relentless pace, was the man. He was gaining on Liam, his long strides easily closing the distance. Liam stumbled, his ankle twisting on a root. He went down with a cry of pain. He looked at me, his eyes pleading.
Parker, help me!
For a fraction of a second, I froze. The old Parker. the leader, the one who was supposed to be in charge, would have stopped. He would have tried to fight, to be the hero. But that Parker was gone, burned away by fear. The thing that was left was just a creature that wanted to live. I turned and ran, leaving him behind. The sound of his scream, cut short by a sickening, wet cough, followed me into the darkness. I didn't stop. I couldn't. His sacrifice, his plea, was now the fuel for my own survival. I ran harder, tears of shame and terror streaming down my face. I was alone now. The sounds of the steady footsteps behind me had ceased. But that was worse. Where was he? Was he right behind me, silent as a ghost? Was he circling around, cutting me off? The silence was a new kind of torture. I dove behind a massive fallen log, pressing my body into the damp, rotting wood, trying to make myself as small as possible. I held my breath, straining my ears, listening for any sign of him. The forest was utterly silent, save for the frantic pounding of my own heart. I stayed there for what felt like an eternity, a lifetime of fear packed into minutes. Did he give up? Did he go back? Then I heard it, a soft snap of a twig. It was to my left. He was flanking me. He was hunting me. He was playing with me. I couldn't stay here. I had to move. Peeking over the log, my eyes scanned the darkness, desperately searching for an escape. And then I saw it. Far, far away through a gap in the trees, I saw a faint, steady glow. It wasn't moonlight. It was artificial light. It was the highway. It was at least half a mile away, an impossible distance. But it was my only hope. I didn't think. I just burst from behind the log and sprinted towards that distant light. I ran with a desperation I had never known. My legs pumping, my arms swinging, my entire being focused on that single point of salvation. I didn't know if he was behind me. I didn't care. To look back was to die. I crashed through the final line of trees and stumbled out onto the hard shoulder of the highway. The sudden roar of a passing truck was deafening, its headlights washing over me, momentarily blinding me. I stood there, gasping for air, my body trembling uncontrollably, a wild, pathetic creature caught in the glare of civilization. I fell to my knees on the rough asphalt, the pain in my scraped hands barely registering. I had made it. I was alive. The rest is a blur of police reports, flashing lights, and the taste of bitter coffee from a styrofoam cup. They found Josh's body in his tent. They found Williams not far from where he fell. They searched the woods for hours, with dogs and helicopters. They never found the man. His tent, his pack, everything was gone. There were no footprints other than ours, no evidence he had ever existed. To the police, he was a phantom, a ghost story to explain a tragic, violent crime. But I know he was real. I carry the proof with me every day. It lives in the tremor in my hands when I'm alone in the quiet. It's in my newfound inability to be in the dark. And most of all, it's in the lesson that was carved into my soul that night. I used to think the world responded to force, to being the loudest voice in the room. But I was wrong. I was a loud, arrogant fool, yelling insults into the abyss. And on that night, in the deep, dark woods, the abyss stared back, and it was holding a knife.